Members, yesterday I received a letter from Edwin Poots advising of his resignation as a member of the Assembly for Lagan Valley constituency with immediate effect. His appointment as Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs automatically fell as a result of his resignation. I was informed by the Chief Electoral Officer that Edwin Poots has been returned as a member of the Assembly for the South Belfast constituency to fill the vacancy which resulted from the untimely passing of Christopher Stalford. Mr Poots signed the roll of membership yesterday afternoon in my presence and that of the Clerk to the Assembly and entered his designation. The nominating officer of the DUP subsequently renominated Mr Poots to the post of Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. Mr Poots agreed to take up the post and affirmed the pledge of office as set out in Schedule 4 to the Northern Ireland Act 1998 in my presence and that of the Clerk to the Assembly. First item of business on the order paper, members, is the consideration of business not concluded on Monday, the 7th of March. All business yesterday was concluded and we will move on. Next item on the further revised order paper is a motion to suspend Standing Order 20(1). I have been advised that the Minister for the Economy is unable to respond to oral questions today. The Business Committee will reschedule the economy question time slot when it meets later today. However, in order to allow ordinary business to proceed at 2 p.m. today, a motion has been added to today's order paper to suspend Standing Order 20(1). The motion requires cross-community support. Clerk, please read the motion.
That Standing Order 20(1) be suspended for the 8th of March 2022.
I call Dolores Kelly to move the motion.
Moved, Mr Speaker.
Before we proceed to the question, I would remind members that this motion requires cross-community support, and the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. And as there are ayes from all sides of the House and there are no dissenting voices, then I am satisfied that cross-community support has been demonstrated. The next item of business is a motion to approve a draft statutory rule, and I will ask the Clerk to read the motion.
That the draft Energy Performance of Buildings, Certificates and Inspections Amendment Regulations Northern Ireland 2022 be approved.
I call the Minister of Finance to move the motion.
Moved, Cancorla.
Thank you, Minister. And the Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, and I call the Minister to open the debate on the motion. Minister.
The draft regulations before the House today are to be made under the powers that are conferred by the European Union Withdrawal Act 2018. The draft regulations were laid before the Assembly on the 18th of February under paragraph 12(3) of the Schedule 7 to the Withdrawal Act. Equivalent legislation is currently passing through the Westminster Parliament for data registered for properties in England and Wales. The purpose of the draft regulations is to reduce the statutory fees that are charged when data is registered onto the energy performance of a building register, particularly in relation to energy performance certificates, display energy certificates and air conditioning inspection reports for properties. There are two classes of data registration, one for domestic properties and one for non-domestic properties. The proposed reduction is from £1.64 to £1.50 for domestic properties and from £1.89 to £1.70 for non-domestic properties. Members may recall that these fees were significantly reduced less than a year ago. This was possible because my department, in partnership with the Department for Levelling Up, Housing and Communities, invested in cloud-based digital platforms and moved away from the fixed hardware model that had been in place since 2008. This statutory rule further reduces the fees as further efficiencies from this investment are realised. The modest reduction in fees set out in these draft regulations will ensure the register is run as close to cost neutral basis as possible. The small differentiation between fees for domestic and non-domestic lodgements reflects technical differences between the classes of data, but the gap is now significantly smaller than in previous years. The Energy Performance of Buildings Register is a key tool in promoting energy efficiency. The register now holds nearly 600,000 local records, with 56,000 lodged since the new register went live. These records hold valuable information about the energy performance of buildings. An energy performance certificate is required whenever a building is constructed or for an existing building before it is marketed for sale or rent. It gives prospective purchasers or renters the ability to determine how efficient a property might be and to make comparisons between properties. A property owner can consider the recommendations included in an EPC to help inform decisions to improve the property's energy efficiency. We want homeowners, commercial building owners and occupiers to improve the energy efficiency of their buildings. Ensuring our buildings are as efficient as possible will help us achieve net zero by 2050. My department plans to make significant contribution to reaching net zero through an ambitious programme of uplifts to the building regulations energy efficiency requirements for new buildings. The Finance Committee considered the draft regulations before you on the 26th of January and 2nd of March and agreed that they could progress to the next legislative stage. The Examiner of Statutory Rules has considered the draft regulations and has not raised any issue in her report. The draft regulations serve a very specific purpose to reduce the statutory fees that are charged when data is registered for domestic and non-domestic energy performance certificates, display energy certificates and air conditioning inspection reports. The reduction in fees for domestic data represents an 8.5% saving, while for non-domestic it is a 10% saving. I therefore commend the draft regulations to the Assembly.
I thank the Minister, and I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Finance, Steve Egan.
Thanks very much indeed. Thanks, Mr Speaker. I rise to speak on behalf of the Committee for Finance. I'd like to thank the Minister for his opening remarks. The Committee considered the draft rule at its meeting on the 2nd of March 2022. As has been indicated, the rule will reduce the statutory fees that are charged when data is registered for domestic and non-domestic energy performance certificates, display energy certificates and air conditioning inspection reports. Mr Speaker, the Committee welcomed the reduction in the costs and agreed that it was content to recommend to the Assembly that it affirms the rule. Thank you.
Thank the member, and I call Melissa McHugh.
Margaret Concorda, agus Boylam, just Buhas, a coalition Ira, Foster for Hilia Ratchis, and I'd like to thank the Minister as well for his statement. Energy performance certificates provide prospective buyers or renters of property information regarding the energy performance of the relevant building. The certificate rates each building from A to G, with A being very efficient and G being not so efficient. This is important, and it's important information to have, as energy efficiency of a building will determine the cost of heating the building, all the more relevant given the rising costs today. Additionally, the certificate also provides advice on how to improve the efficiency of the building, for example, by switching to low-energy light bulbs or by improving insulation. Energy-efficient buildings produce less carbon, and in the context of tackling climate change, it would be desirable if we could improve the energy efficiency of our housing stock in general. I understand the Department is considering changes to building regulations which would set higher energy efficiency standards for new builds, and that is to be welcomed. I think it is an important development also in the context of the recent rise in energy bills. Recent rise, more like soaring costs of energy bills. And I just seen in a newspaper that it was expected that at least £3,000 per year per home to maintain heat currently. The increases in gas and electricity are unprecedented, and unfortunately those who live low energy efficient buildings will have to pay the most to heat their homes. So more energy efficient homes will provide savings in the long run. The statutory rule is a slight change to the fee associated with registering a certificate onto the digital database. A similar rule came before the House last year, which significantly reduced the fee for non-domestic properties. This year, there is a modest decrease to the fee for both domestic and non-domestic. And it is my understanding that the fee is reviewed each year to ensure that the scheme remains cost neutral. So I welcome that, and that this will continue to be the case for the coming year.
Thank you, and I call Keith Buchanan.
I am satisfied with the policy objectives and intent, and therefore I am content to support the regulations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member. I call Matthew O'Toole.
I'll try and be as brief as some of the others have been. Support this small, modest change to the price of entering data in relation to EPCs. Clearly, they are a very useful means of home buyers finding out the energy efficiency of properties, both in domestic and non-domestic settings. So we have no problem with the proposed motion.
Again, I thank the member, and now call the Minister, Conor Murphy, to conclude my end of the debate.
And I thank the members who contributed today, and I thank them for their comments, which are generally positive in relation to the statutory rule. There's no alternative or non-legislative option to reduce the fees other than by a statutory rule approved by this Assembly, and if it were not approved in its present form, then our current higher fee rates will remain in force until a remade statutory rule is approved and signed into law. So I just again want to thank the members who contributed to the debate. These changes will ensure that the Energy Performance Certificate Register can continue to operate on a cost-neutral basis, and I commend the motion to the House.
Thank you, Minister, and all the contributors. And the question is that the draft Energy Performance of Building Certificates and Inspections Amendment Regulations NI 2022 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Andrew, no. The ayes have it. Members, the ayes have it. And I think we're ready to move on straight away to the next item. The next item of business is final stage of the budget bill, and I call on Minister of Finance to move final stage.
Moved. Cancorla.
Final stage of the budget bill has been moved. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, and I call on Minister of Finance to open the debate. Minister.
Today's final stage debate concludes the financial legislative process for the 2021-22 year. This has been another year in which financial management has been made more difficult by the pandemic and by the uncertainty over our final funding envelope. Over the course of the year, the Executive allocated almost £700 million additional resources and over £90 million capital. We have provided support to the health service, schools, businesses and individuals who have continued to face difficulties as a result of the pandemic and the cost of living crisis. This support includes over £250 million of additional in-year funding for the Department of Health to meet pressures in hospital services and elective care, as well as funding for mental health. It includes over £100 million to the Department of Education to help schools deal with COVID pressures, such as PPE and staff substitute cover, as well as support for special educational needs. Over £90 million was allocated to the Department of Communities to support local councils, the Housing Executive, as well as funding for the Energy Payment Support Scheme to help the most vulnerable in our society with rising fuel costs. I understand the majority of these payments will be in people's bank accounts later this week. Almost £100 million has been allocated to the Department for Infrastructure to help mitigate the impact of COVID, to subsidise the public transport network, to provide support to the bus and coach industry, and to mitigate the impact of rising energy costs on Northern Ireland Water. The Executive also agreed to provide over £45 million to my department to fund the Omicron Hospitality Scheme to provide grants to sectors most affected by the disruption to Christmas trade. As we move towards the recovery phase of this pandemic, we have to rebuild our healthcare system. A first step in this should be the Executive agreeing a multi-year budget that would enable the Health Service to begin to tackle the issue of soaring waiting lists and the process of transformation, which we had all agreed was a priority. Unfortunately, the First Minister's decision to resign has prevented that from happening. And while this bill does provide a vote on account to allow services to continue beyond the 1st of April, this does not constitute the setting of a budget that is needed to allow departments to plan ahead, and it does not provide the additional resources so desperately needed by our health service. To conclude, I wish to express my gratitude once again to the Finance Committee, who worked with us to grant accelerated passage to the bill. I thank all of the departmental committees for the level of scrutiny that they have brought to the process. This is the final stage of our financial legislative process for 21-22, and the legislation has already been subject to considerable debate. I look forward to hearing any final thoughts from members on this important piece of legislation.
Thank you, Minister. I call Chairperson of the Finance Committee, Steve Aiken.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to make some remarks on behalf of the Committee for Finance as part of the final stage of the Budget Bill 2022. The Committee for Finance enjoys a special position in that it has a unique set of responsibilities when it comes to the scrutiny of budget bills and the associated founding supply resolutions. The Committee takes these responsibilities seriously and has sought to work with the Department to prove the understandability of the estimates and related documentation. As I indicated at second stage, new financial reporting legislation has passed. Estimates memorandum have been issued and a fiscal council established in the last 12 months. These are already proving to be beneficial, and I expect more improvements to follow. This is actually a very positive, and all involved are to be commended in this regard. In terms of the spending in 21-22, COVID still plays an important role, with perhaps an extra £1.5 billion coming from our government this year. The schemes which the Executive devised and which were backed by this money have, I think, made a very real difference to the hard-pressed businesses during these difficult times. It is hoped that individuals and householders will also benefit going forward from the Executive's cost of living measures. Mr. Speaker, this bill also provides for a vote on account. This is not a budget, it is a kind of float for the Department for the first few months of 22-23. Given the current political position, the Committee intends to explore with officials what departments and indeed ministers will and will not be able to do with a vote on account in the absence of an Executive. Mr. Speaker, I wonder if prior to this and as part of the wind, the Minister might clarify on the $400 million of additional money generated by the increase in all of our national insurance contributions. Can the Minister advise as to whether the Department of Health, for which this money is earmarked for waiting list reductions, will indeed be able to access without accruing resource in 22-23 without an Executive in place? And I think many of us are aware that much of this money has already been accrued, so we need to have a look at if there's any possibility of this being able to come forward. Mr. Speaker, I don't really want to finish on that uncertain note, as I think the Committee and the Minister have made some real progress in respect to financial scrutiny during this mandate. So let me thank him and my colleagues on the Committee for that, and indeed for Mr Malusa, who is now wearing a very fine suit and a nice tie. But the sartorial elegance that you're showing today and yesterday I think has been something that's been absolutely wonderful to see. We've rubbed off you at some stage. And with the prospect of better and more informed scrutiny of financial matters going forward in mind, on behalf of the Committee for Finance, I commend the final stage of the Budget Bill 2022 to the House. Thank you very much today, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member, and I call Colm Gilroy, Chairperson of the Health Committee.
And I welcome the opportunity to participate in today's debate as Chair of the Health Committee. In the past financial year, COVID has continued to make departmental and trust spending plans challenging, and a number of important priorities have been pushed back as the Department continues to deal with the pandemic. The Department of Health receives the largest proportion of the block grant, and yet we are still seeing an increase in waiting lists, overcrowded emergency departments and difficulties in providing care packages to free up beds in our hospitals. While we can acknowledge that the pandemic has caused many difficulties and challenges, especially in relation to workforce planning, our health and care staff have been stretched, and the Committee have constantly raised the issue of workforce planning. The Department is currently spending close to $300 million this year on agency staffing costs. This is not sustainable, and we are hearing many stories of staff leaving the trusts and moving to work for agencies. The Committee have highlighted to the Department the need to review its recruitment and retention policies to ensure that terms and conditions allow flexibility in recruitment and in working patterns. While we understand that there will always be a need for a level of agency spend, our over-reliance is unsustainable, and the $300 million that we spend on agency costs could go some way to addressing issues facing the health system. Workforce planning will be key to ensuring that services are provided to patients in a timely manner and can, as part of the transformation agenda, see a real reduction in waiting lists and the health inequalities that we see in our communities. Yeah, go ahead.
The member referred to the $300 million of agency staff, and I appreciate your point that there may also be a level of agency staff. But irrespective of what amount of money goes into the health service, $300 million is a lot of money to be going to agency. What discussions have you had at committee, and what is plans of the Department of Health come forward to reduce that figure to a reasonable figure?
We have engaged on an ongoing basis with the Department in relation to their workforce planning, and unfortunately we don't see that detailed level of planning. However, it is also critically important, and this has been emphasised from many of those who have attended and given evidence to the committee, that longer-term 3-year budgeting is absolutely essential to deal with the workforce. It is a longer-term project, and I think that's something that should be reflected upon. So we've struggled also to get throughout the past 2 years, I have taken the opportunity on several occasions to highlight the difficulties the committee has in identifying spread across streams. I have just this morning taken part in a meeting around mental health issues, and it's very clear that it's difficult to trace how much is going into mental health, what the outcome of that is. So within the Department of Health, a very complicated budgetary process does challenge scrutiny in following the money and seeing how much outcomes we're getting and measurable outcomes at that. We have struggled to get clarity on total spend, and following briefings we have to write to the Department to get some further detail. The Department needs therefore to undertake further work in relation to its budgetary processes. Throughout the past 2 years, we have been advised by the Department that a multi-year budget is required to provide some surety and allow planning to tackle some of the key issues. While the time in this mandate is coming to an end, I am sure any incoming committee will be closely looking at the Department's budgetary planning to ensure that they deliver the transformation that is needed to ensure better health outcomes for everyone in our community. And John Corley, I'd like to make some brief remarks just as committee or as a Sinn Féin Health spokesperson. And just referring back to that meeting this morning, members, it is abundantly clear that we face a crisis in our health care service. That includes mental health, which was the subject of the meeting I was in this morning. It includes physical health. It includes workforce. It includes retention and recruitment of the workforce, and it includes transformation. All of that is put at risk without having the 3-year budget. And I have to say that while we are looking at trying to create the basis for transformation, the DUP's decision to collapse the executive is producing nothing, only stagnation. We have people out there on waiting lists who absolutely need us to be focusing on developing the plans to address waiting lists, but we are getting delay. We have a workforce who have been massively overstretched and who deserve this Assembly to be focused on what it is they need in terms of providing resources for the recruitment and retention of the healthcare services that we will need into the future. Last night here in this Assembly we passed, and I was delighted to be part of it, passed an autism bill to provide additional resource and supports to families. If we don't see a realistic budget, those supports will come to nothing. They have to be resourced, they have to be planned for, they have to be planned for over a longer period of time. So I would urge the DUP to reflect very carefully on their decision and their continuing decision to ensure there is no executive at this time. We are still dealing with a health and social care crisis, and there is a responsibility on us to take our roles seriously and to get back to work. Thank
you, Gordon Margaret, and I call Keith Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I have stated in the Chamber previously, we all appreciate that because of the pandemic, all departments have had to face challenging times. Budgets have been stretched, but billions came from the Treasury to support our economy and executive through that difficult time. For this we are thankful. Dozens of additional schemes have been delivered quickly and efficiently, while other departments have been slower to respond. The legislation before us today provides legal cover for expenditure in 2021-22, and it also provides legal cover for some spending in 22-23, up to 45% of the previous year's budget. This means that departments will be able to continue day-to-day spending until the end of July in absence of executive formation following the election in May. As a committee, we were also advised that should an executive not be formed, the Northern Ireland Act 1998 would allow the new Finance Permanent Secretary to avail of a progressively larger percentage of the budget for allocation in 22-23, although that will apparently cover only business-as-usual spending. The pandemic has had an impact on our public finances, not least our economy. The budget tidies up the 2021-22 year and will give us a degree of stability for the next financial year. I support this bill, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the member, and I call Matthew O'Toole.
Mr. Speaker, today is the final stage of the budget bill, and as I always say when we debate budget bills, we often don't really know what we're talking about, and I don't mean that mischievously. What I mean is that people stand up and talk about budget documents, and they talk about things in their local areas, and they talk about quite discrete things. And I made these points yesterday about the need to be more strategic and focused on both prioritisation and also the technical detail of what's in front of us. This isn't a budget document. It's not a single-year budget, nor is it a multi-year budget. We don't have that because the DUP have walked out, so we can't have that at least ahead of an election. And we don't know whether we're going to be debating any budget after the election. Today is the final stage of a budget bill which authorises spending, some of which has already happened in financial year 21-22, a financial year that comes to an end in a few weeks, and authorises the first 40-odd% of spending for the next financial year, which is 22-23. That is a relatively technical but essential thing that we are doing today. It's the most fundamental thing in many ways that legislatures do. They authorise spending. But let's pause and reflect on doing our jobs, because certain people in this chamber at the minute don't want us to do our jobs. They don't want us to have a proper functioning executive. And for 3 years, we didn't have any institutions, we didn't have an executive or assembly in which to authorise any spending. It would be unconscionable if this debate today was the last moment that we debated any budgeting for months upon months or years. But that's what could happen. Today is the final stage of the budget, Mr. Speaker. So when we pass this legislation, we've authorised the remainder of spending for this financial year, and we'll authorise the first chunk of spending for the next financial year. But as of now, most of us in this chamber can't say for definite when we'll be back here debating the next budget bill. We should be debating, I will give way in 1 second to my colleague, we should be debating a budget number 2 bill later this year, but in all probability, if some people in this chamber, some parties get their way, we won't be. I'll give way to my colleague.
I thank the member for giving way. Would the member agree with me that in the Fiscal Commission's report, that this is, in their report they stated that this was a golden opportunity, and we heard speaker upon speaker yesterday, even the Minister, agree that it was a golden opportunity that is now missed simply by the politics that has been played out here in this House?
I agree with my colleague. He's absolutely right. We did have a golden opportunity to agree a 3-year budget. I didn't agree with everything that was in the Finance Minister's multi-year budget. I was planning on scrutinising it, trying to get him to agree to change it in certain ways. I didn't agree with every prioritisation at all. But the fundamental principle of having a 3-year budget, having us agree on prioritisation, having us present a strategy to the people we serve and tell them that this is what they can judge us against is critical. We're not doing that. What we're doing today is simply authorising spending legally that's already happened and authorising spending so that public services can continue for the first few months of the financial year. So let's not kid ourselves today that this is some great moment for the Assembly, because as of right now, we don't know and we can't say when the next time that we'll be back in this Assembly debating a budget bill will be. And I think it's important to say that and to make that clear to the people out there, because they'll think, some people, they'll be led to believe that what we're doing is concluding the budget process for the financial year. Well, we are in one sense legally, but all we're doing is authorising the float, to use a phrase that the Chair of the Finance Committee used. We're authorising the float so that things can keep going. We might be in a few weeks' time effectively telling civil servants, guys, can you keep it going? Can you keep the ticker, keep the ticker going? Just keep your hand on the tiller so nothing goes too awry. How shameful, frankly, that would be. And it's shameful because of some of the reasons that have already been mentioned. The cost of living crisis. 75 or nearly 75% of, around 70% of households in Northern Ireland use home heating oil. Home heating oil has gone up in the past fortnight by 75%. We face a huge cost of living crisis that will affect not just people in the lowest incomes, but people in middle incomes too. We face a huge crisis around regenerating and regrowing our economy after COVID. We don't know how all that's going to pan out, and we don't, frankly, yet have a proper economic recovery strategy. We face an appalling crisis in waiting lists that we talk about and talk about and talk about. We had an opportunity through a 3-year budget to actually do something about it by prioritising. And yes, I would have liked to see more detail in terms of the Health Department's plans, but fundamentally we did have an opportunity to do something about it. And of course, the climate crisis, which sits above all this and will dictate everything that we all do, probably for the rest of this century, long beyond most of us are not just in this chamber, but on this planet, as it were. So all those big critical issues that we as legislators should be dealing with, we can't deal with unless we're back here after the election, doing our jobs, making budgets, making plans, and then explaining to the people we serve what we're doing for them. So I just wanted to pause and make that point, Mr. Speaker, because while it's welcome that spending will continue to be legal after today, that's all that we're doing. We're just ensuring that the spending has a legal basis. Let's not kid ourselves that we're delivering strategic spending aimed at the people's priorities. And if we fail to come back here after May, whenever we go to people and we tell them what our plans are for the health service, for the cost of living crisis, for economic recovery, for climate change, if we fail then to come back here and do our jobs, produce a 3-year budget with meaningful targets, a programme for government with meaningful strategies to actually deliver on their priorities, it will be shameful. It will be totally shameful, because if the next time there's a budget bill, it's something that has to be passed some Tuesday or Wednesday night at Westminster. The people whose doorsteps we stood on and told them that we were going to deliver for them will rightly ask, what's the point of us? And I would just say that directly and bluntly to the parties. At the minute, one party in particular that's threatening not establishing our institutions after the election. We can talk today about all the plans, and I heard previously DUP speakers, in truth it was the case with Sinn Féin in 2017, but particularly at the minute it's the DUP, talking about pressures on spending, talking about priorities and issues. You can't talk out of both sides of your mouth when you're on the one hand talking about budgeting pressures, things that need to be prioritised, money that needs to be spent, and then on the other hand threatening not to come back here and do our jobs. So, Mr Speaker, in conclusion, the last budget moment that we have before an election, this election in May, is an opportunity for us to say where we should be, what we should be doing as MLAs, both now and when those of us who hope to be returned after May, is in this chamber, delivering strategies and policies and law to improve people's lives, and yes, budgets match to those priorities. And if we're not willing to do that, then we're not serious about serving people. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
I thank the member to call Andrew Muir.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I think it's important that we consider this at final stage today, and I hope the House does not divide upon this, because it's absolutely, completely and utterly crucial that we allow the final stage of this bill to pass and we allow it to come into law. Like the previous speaker, I have sincere worries that this is one of the last, if not the last, actions we could be taking in relation to budgetary matters within this Assembly, largely because of the selfish actions of the DUP, putting their own party political fortunes in front of the people of Northern Ireland. We need to have, this is described as a budget bill, but it is not the budget in the traditional sense of what we would consider it. This should be encapsulated with an overarching 3-year budget for Northern Ireland, but there is nowhere within reach because we don't have an executive that is able to agree that. And we must be able to have that because Northern Ireland is facing significant crisis. If there was any time whatsoever that we needed an executive in Northern Ireland, it is now. We're facing the cost of living crisis, which is absolutely, completely and utterly crippling households across Northern Ireland. I'm having people contacting me absolutely aghast at the prices that are being quoted for home heating oil. People who are in work, who are struggling to be able to pay bills because of the crippling costs that are coming through to them. We also have our health and social care system under an immense amount of strain. Yet again, we heard reports of the Ulster Hospital under an immense amount of strain again yesterday. And there is a real need for having a functioning executive that can provide the leadership and being able to deliver the resources required to our health and social care system. And alongside that also we have the continuing climate crisis that faces Northern Ireland, and hopefully we'll be able to move forward in relation to legislation in relation to that, but also that this is a continuing thing that requires an executive to be in place. And I must say, whilst this is the final stage of this debate, in previous debates in relation to this budget bill, and yesterday in relation to the draft budget which was previously presented, I do find a real sense of frustration that some parties seem to say that their collapse is better than someone else's collapse. Collapsing the Assembly is bad. It is not forgivable. We need an Assembly and an executive in place delivering for people of Northern Ireland. And to be honest, any parties that walk away from that need to take a responsibility for their actions associated with that. I am increasingly worried that we're running out of road here in relation to the options for the executive ministers to take action in relation to this. There seems to be yet a more idea that you can run the executive through exchange of correspondence. We need an executive that can meet together. And I'm very conscious that in relation to the next financial year, there's £300 million which will sit idle, and I would be interested to know the Finance Minister's view in relation to why that sits idle, and is that as a result of the 1998 Act and the legal obligations associated with that? Because that £300 million could help people in real dire need at the present moment in time, and also tackling waiting lists within our health and social care system. So clarity in relation to why that £300 million will sit idle and the legal reasons for that are important. In conclusion, I say it's really, absolutely, completely and utterly vital that we pass this today. This is essentially about just being able to run payroll and to be able to deliver core public services. But it is not the panacea that we need. What we need is an executive and a 3-year budget, and that is something that can be resolved very, very quickly if the DUP decide to go back into the executive and be able to put people in Northern Ireland ahead of their own party political interests. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
I thank the member, and I call Declan McAleer.
I welcome the opportunity to speak today on the final stage of the budget. I spoke yesterday in relation to the 22 to 25 budget motion, and there's a couple of issues that I want to just pick up on here today. One of the things that certainly we as a party are severely concerned about is that there has been no allocation by the department to the TRIPSI, the Tackling Rural Poverty and Social Isolation initiative within the department. And members will know from their experience in rural areas that the TRIPSI funding is an example of where a little can go a long way, and it's used to fund the rural networks and many localised initiatives such as the Assisting Rural Transport Scheme. And for whatever reason, the department has opted this year to fund this out of in-year monitoring. Now that is not acceptable because there's people who are employed in this sector, the networks are there in place. It's absolutely essential to be able to forward plan, and that's not possible to rely on in-year monitoring, and that's something which is regrettable, and of course again which is made impossible by the fact that we're not capable, we're not fit to do a 3-year budget as a consequence of the DUP walking away from the executive. The second item I want to pick up on is the matter of the Rural Development Programme. Members will also be aware that whenever we were in the EU, that we did have the certainty of a 6-year multi-annual budget, and that gave communities certainty. And anyone who represents rural communities again will know in most villages in the country where you see a community hall, where there's a village renewal project has taken place, where there's a localised connectivity project, where there's small businesses, in most cases since we were part of the EU, this was funded out of the EU Rural Development Programme. Again, as a consequence of Brexit, of the DUP forcing the British Government into the hardest possible Brexit, we are now out of the EU Rural Development Programme. In the last funding round between 2014 and 2020, we had a rural development budget of 623 million. Now we don't have that there. And as I said yesterday in my speech on the motion yesterday, in the third year of this incoming budget, we're going to experience a 67% drop, and that's going to have a serious impact on our ability to deliver services, basic services in rural communities. And we were told, at the time of Brexit, that the lost EU funding would be replaced to the UK Shared Prosperity Fund. We haven't seen that yet. We haven't seen the colour of the British Government's money in relation to the UK Shared Prosperity Fund. And as my colleague Keith Archibald said yesterday, if the UK Community Renewal Fund is anything to go by, that will not inspire confidence, because they have went over the head of the local executive here and administering that funding through Westminster, and it is, I think it's something like £11 million, which is a vast reduction of the usual fund of 65 million per year, which we would have been having had we remained in the EU. I say it is regrettable. I should also add as well that it's also regrettable too that the department here has declared a surplus, a reduced capital requirement of £7.5 million this year. That has been declared surplus. We believe that given the pressures that are on our rural communities as a consequence of the lost EU funding, but also our farmers who are in the face of very increasing input costs for fertilisers and other inputs, the red diesel crisis as well, that will be obviously be made worse as well by the desperate situation in Ukraine. We believe that the department should be able to forward plan, and rather than hand back that 7.5 million, reprofile it to make sure it is invested in rural communities. So just in conclusion, it is deeply regrettable that we haven't been in a position to do a 3-year budget to give some degree of certainty. Again, this can't be brought forward legislatively. This is brought again because of the DUP shenanigans, which has created huge uncertainties for this department and indeed for our rural communities. I'm just finished, but I'll give a...
I was listening attentively to the member referring to this concern for rural communities. He obviously represents West Tyrone rural community, and I represent Mid Ulster rural community. Does the Minister actually listen to the rural community, as in the farmers? Because the farmers I'm listening to with respect to climate change and climate bill coming forward is going to decimate them, completely annihilate them. Are you really listening to the rural farmers? Because you're saying a different thing here than you're saying to the farmer on the ground.
I was at the end of my speech, and I welcome the member's intervention. The member will be aware that, again, that's a different conversation. But had he been following the debate on the climate change, he will be aware that our party actually introduced 39 amendments to the climate change bill to make it fair and effective for all sectors of our community. And that included amendment at the consideration stage on methane and again at further consideration stage, and that has been very much welcomed by the farming community, so it has been. So that's a debate for tomorrow. Okay?
Thank you, and I call Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The context and circumstances of this new budget bill is firmly rooted in the consequences of the pandemic. The real-life impact has been a tragedy for many families across this country having faced loss. The human cost of this can never be measured, and it will certainly not be forgotten for generations to come. COVID-19 has also wreaked havoc on our health system and our economy. Unprecedented levels of spending have been poured into Northern Ireland in an attempt to plug the gap. And it goes without saying that without our treasured place within the United Kingdom, we would not have been able to sustain our financial position and recover in the way we have so far. As a member of the Health Committee, Mr Speaker, my focus on the draft budget has been that on health. The Health Committee has received a briefing from the Department on the draft budget in December and have discussed this draft budget at a number of briefings from stakeholders and officials. And due to the mounting pressures in regards to legislation, including consideration of 7 bills, numerous COVID regulations and a number of LCMs and statutory instruments, the committee was not able to spend as much time as it would have liked to in scrutinising and taking evidence on the Department of Health's draft budget. The process so far in this budget has been extremely rushed, to say the least, particularly when this budget will cover a period of 3 years. The length of time to scrutinise, consider the consequences of budget allocations or agree anything has been lacking. For a budget covering this length of time, there simply must be more time to strategically plan its allocations. And a multi-year budget is something I and many others in the Assembly have been keen to see for some time now, to allow more strategic long-term planning within the Department of Health. It can only be through longer-term strategic investment and effective remodelling of service delivery that we can achieve the long-overdue transformation of our health service, a transformation that puts patients and frontline staff first. Point of order.
With respect to the member speaking, just sort of as a point of order, Mr Speaker, we are, with respect to the talking about the budget bill, not the 3-year budget. And I'm slightly concerned that people watching this debate will think that there's a 3-year budget that's going to do all these things.
Sorry,
in health.
the member's making a contribution. That's not a point of order. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. A transformation that delivers the best possible service of any kind for all patients, regardless of where they live in Northern Ireland, and a transformation that gives our health and social care workforce the facilities, capacity, support and safe staffing levels to carry out their work. Mr Speaker, the draft budget in these aspects leaves me and my party far from convinced. The draft budget has no plan and no strategy, and we cannot continue to do the same things and expect a different outcome. There must be a detailed 3-year health transformation plan connected to this budget for the public to see and for an executive to agree. Without making available the investment and strategy necessary to tackle waiting lists, soaring costs will simply continue to rise, and there will be a knock-on impact for GP and community pharmacy services, mental health demand and social care across Northern Ireland. The next programme for government must include an ambitious strategy for transformation. It makes better sense that a multi-year budget with much more careful consideration should be agreed after the election on the basis of agreement between executive parties. This present draft budget is just that. A great deal more scrutiny is required to develop a budget that delivers for the people of Northern Ireland. A budget that doesn't harm our schools, that doesn't cut our police service, or budget that hinders and delays proper transformation in health. It comes as no surprise that there is no agreement within the Executive amongst ministers for this present draft. The draft budget fails on many of the promises of the New Decade New Approach Agreement, which was the basis of power sharing returning in the first place. Clearly, there is much more work yet to be done, Mr Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, I will say, before we take the last 2 or 3 speakers, just because it was raised there and that attempted point of order there, that we are discussing the current budget, not the budget that we're not discussing. So, and everybody who has spoken so far has spoken about a budget that we're not addressing. So, could we stick to the agenda? Thank you. I call Pat Cadney.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I want to address this budget, or the lack of it as well. I understand that we come out of the pandemic, sitting on the Finance Committee. The work which was done within that, those workers within, I think, of the payments that was made out through Land and Property Services, and all of the help that was given through that outreach. But there were mistakes made, but none of us have a crystal ball for it. But where we stand here today, Mr. Speaker, I'm only going to be one moment of your time, but I was elected to try and help, and I thought the greatest contribution that we could have made within the Finance Committee was having a budget that was there for 3 years. I want to speak on this that we have here today, but the opportunities which was missed from it. And I believe that it will play out in the years to come. And this might be my last time being able to speak in this chamber. I don't know what way the electorate are going to speak in Lagan Valley or how it works. But I am genuinely shocked, and I look over to my left and I have to say I am disappointed, really disappointed, that we don't have an executive here in order to collectively do our best. When I first was elected, folks, 3 years I went without getting a chance to speak in the House. If we want to make this place better, there's £43 billion sitting there to be spent over in for a 3-year budget that we're not able to implement. It was a golden opportunity missed. We need to do better, folks. I hope we do come back. I hope people catch hold of their senses here and see the opportunities that we give and what we do here as we try collectively, all of us together, because that's the only way we're going to get it. I'm going to go my last point. I worked for years, and when I wrote my cheque out at the end of the year, it was to Her Majesty's Inspector of Taxes. I want to see that money distributed as fairly and as equally as it possibly can. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member. I call Jim Allister.
I think, Mr. Speaker, we're in need at times to remind ourselves what a budget bill is. It primarily is the essential control mechanism of the Assembly in respect of departments and other arm's-length bodies. It's the mechanism by which we, the elected representatives, give authority to those departments to spend money, our money, the public money. And therefore, a budget is a critical accountability and control mechanism. Which brings me to the primary point I want to make in this debate today. Astoundingly, under this budget bill, we have built-in headroom of £181 million, in respect of which there is no accountability to this Assembly. Because the way a budget should work is you say to an individual department or body that you're controlling, here is your allocation. This is on the calculation what you're getting and why you're getting it. But what we are saying in this budget bill is, here is your allocations, and on top of that, here's 181 million. We don't really care how you spend it. We're not going to hold you accountable for it. Now, that is an absurd situation for the Minister to have brought us to. I've never heard of headroom of £181 million in a budget. And when I asked the Minister an Assembly question, question 30168, I asked him about the £181 million, and in part of his answer, he said this, something I found utterly astounding. The budget bill is a routine matter, and no separate legal advice was sought or received for this. That's the headroom. Mr. Speaker, a budget bill is anything but a routine matter. And if that's the fiscal attitude to the spending of public money, then it's little wonder that we're in the deteriorating situation we are. A budget bill is the fundamental control mechanism. I need go no further than the explanatory memorandum that comes with the budget bill. Let me read a paragraph. Paragraph 3. Budget bills are the legislative means by which Assembly approval will be sought for departments and certain other public bodies to incur expenditure and use resources as detailed in the corresponding estimates volume and summarised in the schedule to the bills. Furthermore, budget bills will enable the Assembly to hold departments accountable for managing and controlling those resources within the limits authorised. That's the key phrase, within the limits authorised. But what we are doing here with this runaway headroom of £181 million is saying to these departments, no, we're not interested in holding you to account. We're not interested in accountability. You can just spend that as you will. We're not going to restrict you or put it within any limits. And that comes from a minister who tells it, what about it? A budget bill is only a routine matter. It's not a routine matter. It's the fundamental control mechanism of any Assembly over any executive spending money. And that careless attitude to public money is something that I find utterly appalling. Yes, I'll give way.
I thank the member for giving way. He is right to obviously be very concerned and alert to issues around us scrutinising using our control and supply powers in this Assembly properly, and be concerned about us not doing that. But would he agree with me that we would be in a far worse position in terms of scrutiny and control should there be no Executive and Assembly after the election, where these decisions would be made with basically no scrutiny, and as happened between 2017 and 2020? And would he therefore encourage the DUP, over which he exerts a degree of influence, I would say, and indeed people in his own party, to enter into these institutions after the election?
Institutions which have been denuded of the power to make fundamental laws affecting our economy and our trade by virtue of the fact that we've been subjugated to foreign control are not institutions worthy of the name, and anyone who thinks they can simply carry on as if the protocol has not robbed this place, this Legislative Assembly, of powers over key functions is themselves deluded. And I think the member and those other rigorous implementers who want to hand away control to foreign place are those who need to look at themselves as to where we are proceeding. There could not be a functioning executive or institutions so long, in my view, as we have been subjugated by ill-gotten sovereignty taken by the EU over Northern Ireland. The answer lies in the EU giving up that ill-gotten sovereignty and restoring the sovereignty where it should lie in respect of these matters. If the member wishes to get a solution, then that's the territory he needs to look at. But, Mr. Speaker, in terms of this budget, I want to reiterate, either it is the proper control mechanism that we post it to be, or it is something that we think is just routine. You just nod it through. Sure, it's only £24.5 billion anyhow. Really? And then when we say, it doesn't matter, we don't need to have control over the headroom, we just hand it away. That truly is shocking from a minister who thinks a budget's only a routine matter. It's anything but.
And can I call the member Jerry Carroll to be brought on screen, please? Okay, Mr. Carroll, can you make your contribution, please?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when you turn on the news, you cannot get away from the fact that there's a cost of living crisis at the moment. People are struggling, and the Executive have failed to stand by them. The Executive are ramming through this bill that doesn't adequately meet the need of what people need and deserve. On average, prices are up over 5%. The cost of petrol and diesel is up over 20%, and the average home's energy bills are up around £1,000 from last year, and they're set to rise once again. People are struggling like never before, and no solutions are being offered to deal with this. For decades, we were told there was no money to pay for services to fund proper wage increases. Then, during the pandemic, billions were found and spent. I want to ask, where is the urgency when it comes to addressing the cost of living crisis faced by people right across our communities today? Urgently, money must be found to tackle low wages, poverty, and to give people a fair deal. And politicians must show the same urgency around these issues and mental health as they did during COVID. The Minister alluded to the fact that this allocation today we're debating and voting on doesn't provide adequately for our health service, and indeed it doesn't. For years upon years, our health service has been hammered by services being cut, by privatisation being creeping in and allowed to exist, and obviously the pandemic as well. Waiting lists have increased to the point that large numbers of people are languishing in pain without any sign of treatment in sight, and the only way for many people to get quick treatment is if they have money to go and pay private. Health workers who carried us through COVID, who were clapped and applauded, are now struggling to live on low wages, and immediate funding is needed to uplift their pay and protect services. It's worth remembering also, Mr. Speaker, that all the executive parties have endorsed the below inflation pay offer to our health service workers. It is unfair and inadequate, and I cannot stand by and support it. It's of course not to mention the threat, as we heard yesterday, to NHS dentistry, which is going to the wall and hasn't got sufficient allocation to protect and enhance NHS dentistry, which will have massive health implications across our communities. Since the DUP withdrew from the executive, there's obviously been a real focus around a 3-year budget and a 1-year budget, and obviously not an irrelevant debate, and the DUP's actions must be called out to try and protect themselves from electoral annihilation. But I would say to those who think that a 3-year budget is the magic solution, it is not. It doesn't scratch the surface of what we need to see implemented to protect jobs and communities and services more generally. If we look at the issue of public sector pay, for example, a crucial issue that, if uplifted and resolved, could help address the cost of living crisis overnight, and nothing contained in this budget bill would concretely address this. And once again, workers are faced with another year, if not longer, of pay freezes and pay cuts. So this budget doesn't have money for that and the other issues that I mentioned. And for these issues outlined, I cannot give it my support today. Thank you.
Okay, and can I now call the Minister for Finance to wind and conclude on this debate?
And I want to thank people who have participated in the debate today. I just turn to some of the points that have been raised. There have been general themes, of course. As you quite rightly pointed out, we've spent a lot of time debating the budget that we're not talking about, but nonetheless I feel obliged to respond to some of the points that were made about the budget that we're not talking about as well, and I hope that the last Concordia will indulge me in that as you leave the chair. Steve Aiken, Chair of the Finance Committee, raised the question in relation to the National Health funding. I have taken legal advice on the matter, and I'm currently considering that. I'm obviously in touch with Treasury to get some certainty in relation to that. The issue, I suppose, is if it does come across as a general Barnett consequential, then it comes across, generally speaking, in an unhypothecated way, which means an executive has to decide to allocate it, even if they were already so minded that that should make a contribution to health. So we need to get some clarity in relation to whether that comes across and joins the other £300 million sitting in limbo, or given that it was directly intended for health, it can go there. But if it does come across requiring executive approval, then we are in difficulty. Just to finish the point, nonetheless, the absence of a budget will not give health the increase that we had wanted to give it, even if it does manage to get the National Health Insurance contribution. It won't get that uplift that was to bring it beyond that, to allow us to do all of the transformation piece and the tackling the major issues in health that we wanted to do.
I think the specific question is about the issue that the fact that the money has already been accrued, and there might therefore be, because it's already been accrued in the budget process, we could say that it's already been agreed. So is there any method of ensuring that those funds do go to our health service that will provide those vital changes that we need? Because by using the word accruing already, I think there is a mechanism for that money to come to health.
It's the very point that we're continuing to test, and we have offered to give some advice to the committee if and when we receive. We haven't had clarity in relation to that. If it does require if it comes across, as I said, in the normal fashion as a Barnett consequential and requires then the executive to approve carrying it on to where it needs to go to, then we are in trouble with that. And that, I think, adds further problems to the Health Department, who we can't give any uplift to and we can't give any strategic support to for the next 3 years in the absence of an executive to take those decisions. Some of the other issues were raised. Andrew Moore raised the issue of the £300 million, and similarly, the plan, obviously, to carry that over into the next financial year was to ease some of the real pressures. A lot of the pressures that people have identified over the last couple of days here in debates could have been dealt with in the next financial year by the allocation of some of those pressures. The reason we had so much to carry over is because a lot of this came in a very late announcement by the British Government, and we did get the ability to carry some of that over, and we also had the ability to spend some of that. At Mr Allister's point about the headroom, we have been receiving over the course of the last 2 years quite a lot of significant allocations, and quite a lot of it very late in the day. So we've had to take some more extraordinary measures in terms of what the normal process would be in relation to that. But the ability, as I said, to use that, while I had, on the basis of the in-year allocations I've made just the other day, the £45 million, I had an executive agreement that there would be further adjustments to be made, that there would be more money available and there would be more spending to be done. We had no agreement in relation to how the £300 million will be allocated next year, and again it requires an executive to be in place to make those allocations for that funding. Pam Cameron raised issues. This has been raised on a number of occasions by the DUP, regardless of how often it has been answered. It seems to be kind of straight from the Trump and Johnson approach to politics, as if you're faced with an inconvenient truth, then if you keep telling a falsehood, maybe some people will believe it, that the budget should not have been done in the time frame it was done. The budget has to legally be done in the time frame that it was being done. We started the budget process, just to take you through it. We talked about not enough strategic discussion and planning. We started last summer to engage with departments on various scenarios in relation to the budget and what it might look like. We called an executive planning session in early autumn to have a conversation with ministerial colleagues about the possibility of a 3-year budget and where we might want to prioritise. And I put forward the proposition about prioritising health. We also discussed prioritisation around green growth, around skills. We discussed prioritisation around assisting vulnerable people. But there was an agreement, or no disagreement, that health would be the priority. I have to say the contribution from your own colleagues, ministerial colleagues, was minimal in that meeting for people who now want to see much more discussion in relation to a budget. And we only learnt the amount of budget and had confirmation of a 3-year time frame late in the autumn. So that reduces down the time that you can do a consultation on a budget, and you have to legislate for it before the end of the financial year. That compresses that whole time frame. That is not in our gift. Now, the DUP, who have sent various members out to use that script over the last number of weeks, know all of that. They know that that's the time frame we had. This argument that we should have left the budget to an incoming executive doesn't stack up, and their party colleagues know that, but they keep sending out members to repeat that falsehood. And as I say, because you're faced with an inconvenient truth of your actions of your party have left us in the position that we're in, where we cannot agree a budget, we cannot make the allocations, we cannot make the £300 million allocations for next year to assist departments, and we can't bring forward a strategic budget over the next 3 years, then to try and deflect from that, to keep pointing out some other route or other argument in relation to this, which has never borne any relationship to the truth at all, and continue to do that. Mr Carroll finished on the issues of the cost of living crisis, and of course this budget that we're discussing today is the budget to conclude last year's business. And of course we would love to be in the position, and we have not only provided already a scheme which will be paying out this week to assist people, but we also know there are a range of issues that are beyond our control, and we continue to raise those with the government in London, and I would hope that he would join with us in that call for assistance to be given to people. And as he said, if money could be found during the pandemic to assist people, why can it not be found during the cost of living crisis? And that's a question that we would ask Treasury, and I would like to see that he would join with us in pressing that case. He seemed to suggest that a pay lift to public sector workers would end the cost of living crisis overnight. Of course, there are many people who are struggling with bills who are not in the public sector, and what we want to see are significant measures taken to address all families and assist all families that are struggling with the cost of living crisis in the time ahead, some of which would be under the control of an executive if it were able to take decisions, a lot of which would be under the control of the government in London, and it should be taking decisions in order to assist people in the time ahead. So, Las Cancorla, bill is a crucial piece of legislation which will provide departments with the power to continue to deliver vital frontline services to all our citizens through the remainder of this financial year and into the beginning of 2022-23. I commend the Budget Bill 2022 to the Assembly and I ask members to agree the final stage of the bill.
Members, before we proceed to the question, I would advise members that as this is the Budget Bill, the motion requires cross-community support. The question is that the Budget Bill be now passed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. I am hearing ayes from all sides of the House, all sides of the Chamber, and no dissenting voices. I am therefore satisfied that cross-community support has been demonstrated. The bill is passed. The bill is passed. I ask members to take their ease for a few moments. Order, members. The next item of business is the final stage of the Betting, Gaming, Lotteries and Amusements Amendment Bill. And I call the Minister for Communities to move the final stage.
I beg to move.
The final stage of the Betting, Gaming, Lotteries and Amusements Amendment Bill has been moved. The Business Committee has agreed that there will be no time limit for the debate. And I call the Minister for Communities to open the debate.
Thanks very much. I don't intend to speak at length today because obviously through the different phases of this we have had extensive discussions and debates in terms of the details within this piece of legislation. But it is an important point in the process that we're now finally moving to updating and progressing changes to our gambling regulations, the first that it's been done in almost 40 years. The bill itself represents the first step in a two-phased approach of a major overhaul in our gambling regulations. And I know that in many people's minds, online gambling in all its forms represents the most concerning type of gambling in terms of its impact. The structure of the 1985 order is such that it would not have been possible in the timescales available within this mandate to have drafted provisions which fully addressed online gambling and in effect rewriting a completely new order. That's why I've said from the outset that this is the first step in a two-phased approach. There is a much larger job to be done within the next mandate, and this job will involve the creation of a wholly new and more modern and more agile system to control, which is fit for the modern age and capable of offering a more effective regulatory foundation, both now and into the future. Many people within our communities and across society do gamble, and for most people it's something that they enjoy doing and it's something that they would do occasionally. But indeed for others, for many individuals and indeed their families, it does have devastating impacts and consequences that we have heard through different parts of the debates in looking at this legislation. And I want to make sure that the industry does more to help people who have problems with gambling. That's why I've included powers within this bill to allow me to introduce a mandatory codes of practice and a statutory levy to help pay for research, education and treatment. Some have raised concerns throughout the debates around the lack of treatment available for those who are impacted by gambling. And indeed, my department obviously deals with the regulation of the industry. It's not primarily responsible for the treatment of gambling and addiction, but I will continue to work, and indeed officials within my department will continue to work with the Department of Health in this area of work, and particularly looking at how the levy to support individuals and organisations can be used in the time ahead as well. I'm seeking to balance, obviously, the risks that are posed by issuing of codes of practice which will operate and which operators must comply with. Operators must always recognise the inherent human risks in the products that they offer and to take proper responsibility for those risks and indeed the adverse consequences for many individuals. I am seeking to increase the fundraising opportunities for local charities, sports clubs and other voluntary community organisations by increasing the maximum ticket price for societies and lotteries, something which has been long asked for by our charities and community sector. And that will see an increase from £1 to £100, with guidance which my department will draft will make it clear that tickets at or close to the maximum limit should be an exception and not the rule. I have asked, or have the powers already, to vary the frequency and the price limits of tickets in the future also. Again, just before we move, obviously, in terms of the remainder of the debate and ultimately the vote, I do want to acknowledge the contribution of the many stakeholders that have worked with my department, that have worked with the Communities Committee as well, and have been involved in the development of this bill, but also looking importantly at the next phase that will be introduced as well. I want to thank members of this Assembly and indeed the Communities Committee who worked with me over the last 6 months to improve the bill, to make it a better bill, and to have those proactive engagements throughout that period, and indeed the Chair and the Vice Chair of the Communities Committee for their dedication in supporting this bill to be progressed today. I believe I've mentioned before that this is about a balance in terms of giving greater protections for those and making sure that we do regulate the sector also. And again, none of that would have been possible without my staff team in the department, again thanking them for bringing forward the changes, the draft team, those within the Assembly that made sure that we could get the legislation through in time before the end of this mandate. But importantly, the campaigners and the families that we had engaged with directly. We listened to their stories, we listened to their concerns and also their views in terms of the development of this legislation. I know the committee had also engaged with those campaigners and families as we were developing this piece of legislation also. And again, it's just to reiterate my commitment as Minister for Communities and indeed the commitment for all within the department that we will continue to work with those campaigners and with those families as we progress the important overhaul in phase 2 of the legislation, because that work does begin now in terms of making sure that we address that wider issue of online gambling and the whole arena of the internet, which was not created when this piece of legislation was first brought into being. So again, I look forward to that engagement going ahead, and indeed I hope today that all parties can give their support for the bill that we have in front of us. So I commend this bill to the Assembly.
I call Paula Bradley, the Chairperson of the Committee for Communities.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Committee for Communities, I welcome the final stage of this bill. The committee considered the bill at 11 meetings in total. We concluded an in-depth scrutiny of the bill, receiving 51 responses to our call for evidence from a diverse range of organisations, businesses, government bodies, researchers and individuals, and we held 12 oral evidence sessions. We were also pleased to hold a Zoom event with an invited group of under 18s to discuss the potential impacts of the bill on young people, and we found the views expressed very informative. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the young people again for giving up their time. During deliberations, we explored the range of issues raised in the evidence with departmental officials through oral briefings and written responses. As a result, the committee requested amendments to Clause 9 regarding an increase to the maximum ticket price for society lotteries and to Clause 14 to ensure consultation with more specific persons and groups regarding the development of the levy. And we again thank the Minister for taking these forward. We also requested significant amendments to the explanatory and financial memorandum regarding clauses 8, 11 and the schedule to ensure better explanation of forms of payment and as to what does or does not constitute payment to participate in a prize draw or competition. We also requested amendments to the draft Code of Practice. Again, we are thankful to the Minister and the Department that these changes were made. Mr Deputy Speaker, we know this bill is limited in scope. We know that a much wider overhaul of regulatory controls on gambling is long overdue, and we would all have liked to see a more ambitious bill. However, the Department has made us aware that to do that full overhaul, a bill of well over 300 clauses will be coming the way of the new committee. In the new mandate, and I'd like to say that I'm looking forward to that, but I'm not sure that would be entirely truthful. It is going to be massive. On behalf of the committee, I'd like to record our sincere thanks to all those who provided evidence to the committee. Thanks must also go to departmental officials who worked well with us to ensure a flow of timely information to allow the committee to meet its tight deadline for reporting. Finally, thanks should go to Bill Office staff and the committee office team who have all worked so diligently to assist the committee to get us to this final stage in the chamber today. Just a few words, Mr Speaker, on behalf of myself as an MLA. To say we were disappointed that we have extended the opening hours for gambling is an understatement, and it was purely based on the health advice that we had received as a committee. We know that gambling is now the second largest addictive addiction here in Northern Ireland, following pornography being the first. So alcohol and smoking fall lower down, and that could be in some part due to the PHA and the messages around alcohol and smoking. So I hope that any money that is raised through the levy is used in that way, because we also know here in Northern Ireland our addiction services are next to nothing. So I would also say that through some of the amendments that have been brought to this bill, we see a much stronger bill than the bill as drafted, and I'm very glad to see that in place. And as I say, whoever the next committee might be in the next mandate, I wish them well, and certainly that Minister well also, as this is going to be a massive piece of work for this next Assembly. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call Anya Murphy.
And I would like to take this opportunity to welcome the final stage of this vital piece of legislation today. I would also like to extend my thanks to the Minister for undertaking this reform. As outlined by the Minister on numerous occasions, this is the first phase of a two-phased approach in terms of reforming our outdated, complex gambling legislation. This has been a long but enjoyable process, and it has been clear from all the debates within committee stage to the speakers in this chamber that we are all united in terms of knowing and wanting our gambling laws updated and reformed. As has been mentioned briefly, this phase will ensure greater protections for children and young people as a result of the new offence of inviting, causing or permitting a young person under the age of 18 to play a high-stakes gaming machine. This bill also introduces powers to remove licences in instances of multiple or serious breaches of the Code of Practice. As well as this, the bill includes enabling powers to allow for the introduction of a levy on the industry which will be used for educational purposes and treatment in relation to gambling-related harm. There has been a change also introduced in respect to the limits on societies' lotteries, where there can be an increase in potential ticket price. This will allow for organisations such as GAA and soccer clubs to raise additional funds, increasing the current ticket price limit from £1 up to £100. We certainly look forward to seeing this bill pass and being back here in the new mandate with the second phase of the gambling legislation.
I call Mark Durgan.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. we welcome the final stage of this bill and the long overdue update of gambling legislation here. It's been 40 years, as the Minister pointed out. The failure to advance meaningful protections for people suffering from gambling addictions, the consequences of which devastates lives, is unacceptable. In the 4 decades since gambling legislation here was updated, the industry's landscape has transformed beyond recognition. This transformation has created a legislative gap, or more than one legislative gap, as we discovered in committee, but ones that failed to protect some of the 40,000 problem gamblers across the north. While we of course welcome the modest measures within this work, I've said before that it does aim for the low-hanging fruit, and in doing so does fall short, in our view, of comprehensively bridging that legislative gap. And that's not just our view, that's coming from the officials, from the Minister herself. I have expressed my disappointment at the lack of ambition within this bill on numerous occasions, particularly around a robust regulatory framework, implementing an all-island gambling strategy, and regret that attempts to secure a meaningful mandatory levy were not fruitful. My comments today are not in any way a criticism of the Minister, as the constraints under which this piece of work was being carried out were reiterated to committee regularly. But today I feel like this is more of a lament at what we could have won. Given that as of 2016, the problem gambling rate in Northern Ireland was over 4.5 times greater than that of England, it's clear that the severity of the situation here demanded and demands immediate action. We can't afford to wait for regulation that may never come, and we appreciate that the Minister acknowledges this legislation as a first step in bringing forward necessary reforms to the gambling industry. We'd argue that after 40 years, people at risk of gambling-related harm deserve and need much more than a first step. If something's worth doing, then it's worth doing right. What we have here today is a bit of a wishy-washy attempt at shortcomings, and outright omission of tangible protections can't be overlooked or ignored as we welcome the passage of the bill today. The legislation is a missed opportunity to implement real, worthwhile provisions to help 40,000 people here experiencing problem gambling and their families. Questions around regulating online gambling remain, as do many other loose ends in need of tying up, and I'm under no illusion that tackling this issue is easy. Finding solutions is difficult, and implementing them even more so. But just because something's difficult doesn't mean that we shouldn't at least try. It means we have to try harder and do better, and I think we all have to try harder and do better in the next mandate to make sure that we take that next big step to address the issues that this bill doesn't or wasn't able to. To conclude, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'd also like to pay tribute to all the individuals and organisations, including Gambling with Lives, Care.org, and individual families and those who have experienced problem gambling and that have the scars to show it, for their contributions and involvement throughout the extensive consultation process. I'd also place on record my party's gratitude to the staff, committee staff, departmental staff, and of course our friends in the Bill Office, who we have seen a lot of over the past wee while. I hope that the proper, robust regulation will be tackled within the next phase to fully protect individuals and their families from the life-shattering scourge of gambling addiction.
I call Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Speaker, I would like to begin by thanking the Minister for recognising this as an important and potentially life-saving piece of legislation that it was worth pursuing in this mandate. And more specifically, her departmental officials, who have worked incredibly hard and been very faithful in attending the many evidence sessions of the All-Party Group on reducing gambling-related harm. The Ulster Unionist Party, Mr Deputy Speaker, have demonstrated their commitment to tackling the issues that matter most to people across all of Northern Ireland. Health and wellbeing has been at the very core of everything we have done since this Assembly returned in January of 2020. In taking the Health Ministry portfolio, we overtly fulfilled our pre-election promise to put people and their health first. And while some of the energy of this legislation comes from the fact that the existing legislation is long past its use-by date, the real energy to bring change is the increasingly obvious fact that we need legislation that puts the user at the centre of protections, regulations and indeed codes of practice. I have had the privilege of being the chair of the all-party group on reducing gambling-related harm for around 2 years now. The input of members, and in particular the Vice Chair, Philip McGuigan, members Paula Bradley and Jim Wells, who attended regularly, has been essential. And the expert assistance of the Secretariat, Chambray PA and Cara and I helped us fashion a substantial report that I'm sure facilitated some of what we see in the bill today. Perhaps of greatest importance for me is to put on record my most humble thanks and sincere appreciation to a couple of families who throughout the all-party group sessions faithfully attended and shared their passion to see others protected from the pain that they have experienced by losing someone that they loved to gambling addiction and their untimely deaths. Pete and Sadie Keogh, along with Charles and Liz Ritchie, have bared their souls in the pursuit of a just change that they want to see that would help prevent the death or serious harm occurring to those who can't stop gambling and perhaps from other families. I don't intend, nor it is right at this stage, to rehearse the better aspects or not of today's bill, but for some of us it certainly doesn't reach the parts that will bring the highest levels of protection. However, the need to ensure that the industry, and in particular the online industry, take better account mustn't be missed. Mr. Speaker, I am not an abolitionist in regards to gambling in any sense. I grew up in a family where many liked to flutter, and my late Granny Butler from West Belfast was a regular guest at just about every bingo hall across Northern Ireland. She absolutely loved and lived for her nights out amongst friends. And in that regard, I think it would be only just right and proper to thank NACTA and the Turf Guardians Association for their contributions to the all-party group and for their commitment to work collegiately in improving legislation, and not only for the purposes of better regulation, but also for the monitoring and well-being of their own clients and customers. For me, and from what I have learnt, Mr. Speaker, land-based operators are well placed to offer visible protections and safeguards, and it is important that the Department work proactively with them to fashion workable and sustainable solutions. What does cause me great concern, however, is the piece which we haven't had time to legislate for, and that is the growing danger of online gambling. There can be little doubt that in plain sight gambling will be easier to monitor and to mitigate for, but we must be incredibly careful that we don't simply drive users online and into the darker spaces where their gambling will go unnoticed, and sadly in some instances to the point where it is too little too late. There are many reasons that the people of Northern Ireland need a functioning executive here in May of 2020, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I would suggest that the further protection from gambling-related harm from a growing and more sinister online industry should focus hearts and minds that the well-being of the people of Northern Ireland must always come first. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We will support the bill.
Can we have Kelly Armstrong onto our screens? And I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Today is the final stage of the Betting, Gaming, Lotteries and Amusements Amendment Bill, and I'd like to thank the Minister and her department for bringing it this far. As others have said, it is the most substantial change to gambling law here in 40 years. As part of the Committee for Communities, we listen to people impacted by gambling addiction. We listen to businesses that work in the sector and also those charities, sports clubs and other voluntary organisations that raise much needed funds for good causes through gambling and lotteries. A key element of this bill is the recognition that gambling can cause harm. Therefore, the industry levy, as outlined in Clause 15, will require all that are operating as a bookmaker or bookmaker's office or bingo club or who have gaming machines or an amusement permit to pay an industry levy to support projects and activities related to gambling addiction or associated forms of harm and exploitation, which includes treatment, education and research. That levy will be consulted upon, and the consultation will include persons who have experience or knowledge of issues relating to such addiction, harm or exploitation. This means those who are affected by gambling addiction and also their family and friends will be consulted with. I believe this is a very welcome step and one that the committee had encouraged the department to include. I'd like to thank Gambling with Lives for their very insightful evidence and at times harrowing accounts of the impact gambling addiction has on individuals and their family and friends. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the legislation requires the Department to issue codes of practice for the industry. These codes of practice place an expected duty of care on those using facilities to ensure gambling is conducted in a fair and open way, to protect persons under the age of 18 and other vulnerable persons from being harmed or exploited by gambling, and making assistance available to persons who or may be affected by problems related to gambling. These codes do not of themselves make a person liable for criminal or civil proceedings, but are admissible in evidence in criminal or civil proceedings and must be taken into account by a court or tribunal. There will be no excuse for a licence or permit holding operator to ignore or claim lack of knowledge of these codes. The codes are also available for the public to review and use as a basis for lodging a complaint. It is important to note that continuing breaches of a code is a grounds for revocation of a licence and/or a permit. Finally, this bill updates legislation to permit gambling on Sundays. It clarifies rules about pool betting, who can participate in bingo. It places more emphasis on protecting people under 18 from gambling. This legislation limits charges and prizes. It provides clarification for rules for societies' lotteries, about cheating and enforceability of gambling contracts. As others have said, it does not deal with online gambling or any issues related to the National Lottery. The Minister has outlined her intention for a second piece of work to be carried forward into the next mandate to deal with those issues. Online gambling is the one key area where we do absolutely need to manage it, as it is recognised as a key issue for gambling-related harm. On behalf of the Alliance Party, I support this bill and look forward to working on the next bill to continue to deliver a safer betting, gaming, lotteries and amusement industry. Thank you.
I call Philip McGuigan.
Last Collier. As others have mentioned, this is the first change of our gambling laws in over 37 years, so the legislation is overdue and very welcome. This bill will allow for greater regulation, certainty and fairness within our land-based gambling industry here in the North, and I want to thank the Minister for bringing forward this much-needed legislation. As the Minister herself has pointed out, and explained why, this is only the first piece of the jigsaw in terms of modernising gambling laws, and the much bigger aspect of online gambling is to be dealt with in the next mandate. This bill, though, is a good beginning, and I know the Minister has been working on the second phase, and I commend her on her commitment to continued reform of our gambling laws. Good gambling laws are necessary to inform, protect and regulate the gambling industry, and should also be there to protect citizens. In this legislation, primarily focused on land-based gambling, I welcome the greater protections for children and young people contained within it. In the Code of Practice for the industry, I welcome plans to ban credit cards for gambling use and measures to deal with reverse withdrawals, regulation of gaming machines and the potential for moves on advertising. I also welcome the enabling powers in this law to allow for the introduction of a levy on the industry, so that the industry will have to pay into a fund which can be used for various things, including research, education and gambling treatment centres. Last Collier, at all stages of this legislation process, I have noted the huge profits that gambling companies make. Whilst many people enjoy gambling as a harmless pastime and bet with money they can afford to lose, the bulk of huge profits made by gambling firms come from people who become addicted to gambling and are betting money they cannot afford to lose. Gambling companies know this, and unfortunately, in many instances, they exploit this. It is estimated that over 100,000 people on this island are affected by gambling harm, with 40,000 of those from the North. If I was quoting these numbers in relation to any other illness, I am quite sure that there would be a concerted public health response and approach by our Health Minister. But yet here in the North, we don't have a single NHS service specific to tackling gambling harm. In a landmark judgment in England last week, a coroner ruled that in the case of a young schoolteacher, Jack Ritchie, gambling contributed to his death. The coroner noted that warnings and available treatment were woefully inadequate. Gambling addiction kills. Gambling products can be lethal. Some gambling products are designed in a way where they're actually likely to make them more addictive. So without proper legislation, regulation and enforcement, many more vulnerable people will be exploited in the pursuit of huge profits and bonuses. I want to commend Jack Ritchie's parents, Charles and Liz, for their bravery, determination and integrity, and all those families and loved ones, people like Pete and Sadie Keogh, who, out of tragedy, have been and will continue to be a powerful voice for change. In conclusion, Lascon Collier, this legislation, as others have said, is a good start. It needs to be supported from the Department of Health in terms of a health response. I also welcome similar reviews and processes to up legislation that are taking place in the South and across the water. These, I am sure, will feed into the work that the Minister has indicated will take place with online gambling here in the next mandate. For any changes to regulation on advertisement and online gambling to be successful, it is clear that we will need to take a coordinated approach on this island and across these islands. And I, either from this bench or as an ordinary citizen, look forward to playing my part in that process in the years ahead.
I call Jim Allister.
Deputy Speaker, if it is correct that there wasn't time to adequately deal with the many issues flowing from the online gambling, that does not explain why the primary effect of this bill is to liberalise the laws in respect of betting shops. We all know of the huge health implications and difficulties of addiction. We've just had quoted to us the 40,000 figure of people with serious gambling issues in Northern Ireland, and many more on the road to that. And yet the primary effect of this bill is to maximise out the availability of gambling by increasing the weekly accessibility by 17%. The extra opening hours is feeding the addiction. So I do struggle to understand the priorities of the Minister in this case, because it does seem that despite all the platitudes and all the politically correct words about the scourge of gambling, the net effect of this bill is to, in fact, increase accessibility and thereby compound the problem. Because of that, this is not a bill that I can support.
I now call on the Minister for Communities, Deirdre Hargey, to conclude the final stage.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks to everybody who contributed to today's debate, and obviously who have contributed previously as well. And I think just to start, I mean, there was an issue in that, I mean, I came into post in January 2020. It was a shortened mandate. And of course, if you're going to do something, you want to do it right. But to do something completely right would have taken a whole mandate. You couldn't have done that practically in 2.5 years. Sorry, what was that? Yeah, instead of muttering, of course, yep.
The member says, do something right. Why then did you do something wrong by increasing the accessibility to gambling as the primary product of this bill?
Well, I think the member will know from the last part of the consideration stage of this that when you look at services and operating of gambling in other places where they do have opening hours that we're proposing, it's not the fact that they're open that has the direct response in terms of problem gambling. There are wider societal issues, and this bill in part starts to address some of that in terms of codes of practice, in terms of a levy that can be used to support those that do have addictions or issues around gambling. There's a wider health issue that we need to address as well, as the member well knows. The reality is that when this order was created in 1985, the internet was not a thing. It was not written into the order. And to completely change the order, which is what is going to be needed and what the Chair had alluded to in her opening speech, was that this will take nearly an entire mandate to do. Now, I could have a choice of then do nothing in a shortened mandate and leave no additional protections or reform of the order, but I thought that that would have been disingenuous and it wouldn't have been a good thing. I worked with those who are campaigning for change in order to bring forward changes that we could do in this shortened mandate, and indeed this bill does give added protections. It also prohibits the use of certain gaming machines for under 18-year-olds. So it does give enhancements, and indeed those within the community recognise that as well. And as I said, this is the first I have led in a shortened mandate, the first change in gambling from I was 5 years of age when this gambling legislation was brought in. I came in a shortened mandate and I've led the change. And of course there is more to do. I have always said that this would be a two-phased approach, and indeed I want to work with those out in the community to bring forward the much-needed additional changes that we need to bring. And in the words, I know some have reflected the work of Pete and Sadie Keogh in terms of gambling with lives, and indeed there are many other individuals and organisations who have been impacted. But in a recent interview, Pete had said, "From tiny acorns, mighty oaks grow." This is the beginning very much of planting those acorns to create the change within this mandate and increase protections that we can give. But this is only the start of that radical change that we need to bring forward in terms of, in some ways, ripping up the 85 order and writing a new order and set of regulations that meet the needs of people here in 2022 and going forward. And a commitment from me and my department is we will not wait another 37 years. The work has already begun in terms of looking at phase 2, and I will continue to work with Gambling with Lives and with all of those other organisations, and indeed in this chamber, to bring forward those changes that are needed. So I commend this bill to the House.
Members, the question is that the Betting, Gaming, Lotteries and Amusements Amendment Bill do now pass. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. I'm hearing ayes from all sides of the House and a no from Mr Allister, and his opposition is on the record. I think the ayes have it. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I ask members to take their ease for a few moments. Order, members. I would ask members to resume their seat. The next item of business is the further consideration stage of the General Teaching Council Direction Bill. And I call the Minister of Education, Michelle McElveen, to move the bill.
Moved.
No amendments have been tabled, and therefore there is no opportunity to discuss the General Teaching Council Directions Bill today. Members will, of course, be able to have a full debate at the final stage. The further consideration stage of the General Teaching Council Direction Bill is therefore concluded. The bill stands referred to the Speaker. Again, I'd ask members to take their ease for the next item of business. The next item in the order paper is a motion from the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs on the challenges experienced by women in the local agricultural sector. I'll ask the Clerk to read the motion.
That this Assembly endorses the report of the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs on the challenges women experience in the local agricultural sector, recognises the practical, social and cultural barriers which women face in the industry, acknowledges the crucial and valuable role that women play in running farms and agribusinesses, and calls on the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to put in place measures to support women in the sector, as has been done in other jurisdictions.
I would call on the Chairperson of the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, Declan McAleer, to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 45 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 5 minutes to propose and a further 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. And I now invite you to open the debate on the motion.
I'm delighted to speak today on behalf of the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, following pending the publication of our report on the challenges facing women in the agriculture sector and our recommendations for future policy in this sphere. I'd like to start by reflecting on the experience of a local woman who took part in our survey. She stated, "I've been carrying an extra burden throughout my farming life as a woman, needing to push through crowds to be seen by the auctioneer when bidding, adjusting the seats of machinery, being asked by my bank managers why my husband has not come instead of me, only being considered for soft or women's roles in farming organisations. I hope that young women will find more equality of opportunity and will, where it is missing, ensure that it is highlighted." I think that perfectly encapsulates the cultural, practical and social barriers that women living and working in our agricultural sector face, and the need to shine a light on these issues. We know that for centuries farming has predominantly been considered a man's job, and that many of the practices within the sector have perpetuated this, including the tradition of passing farm ownership to a son or other male relative in order to keep the farm in the family name. However, this is starting to change, and some countries have highlighted the inequalities for women in agriculture and introduced policies to address this. For example, the Scottish Government has adopted a range of measures following the recommendations of a Women in Agricultural Task Force to promote the role of women through specific training packages and subsidy grants, and the Irish Government has pledged to increase capital financial support for women as part of a CAP proposals. It is in this context that the Committee decided to launch its review, explore the local issues and consider what could be done here to enhance and support women in agriculture. In order to inform its findings, the Committee made a survey available online for 6 weeks and received 178 responses from women who live or work in the agricultural sector. We also facilitated an event with stakeholders to discuss the issues first-hand and analyse data in terms of the composition of the local farming workforce. We also sought information from the Department about the policies which it currently has in place to support women in the sector and benchmarked approaches in other jurisdictions. The Committee's report outlines our findings, and it is clear that women are significantly underrepresented in the sector at all levels, and particularly in terms of farm ownership, participation in training groups and on organisational boards. Just 5% of registered principal farmers are women, and men comprise 96% membership of business development groups. Local women experience a range of challenges, many of which are cultural, including social stigma, and practical issues such as a lack of access to land, farm ownership and capital. The overwhelming majority of respondents to our survey feel that more needs to be done to support women in the sector. The Committee heard about the range of challenges women experience, including attitudes and behaviour of unacceptance, lack of support from friends and family to pursue agriculture as a career path, difficulties in accessing finance, and a reluctance to participate in available training opportunities, and these are overwhelmingly dominated by men. We asked women for their views on how these barriers could be addressed, and there were a number of messages, including giving greater prominence to women leaders in the sector to showcase their success, educating farm families about the need for wider thinking in terms of inheritance and to consider all siblings as potential successors, developing bespoke training opportunities for women in the sector and facilitating women-only networks, ensuring that leaders within the industry set an example of expected behaviours in terms of gender equality and acceptance. The survey and stakeholder event also demonstrated the vital role which women play on family farms and the extent and diversity of the activities which women carry out on a daily basis. Women truly are, in many cases, the backbone of the family farm. 98 of the respondents to our survey regularly contribute to the farm business, and the vast majority give at least 20 hours of their week to farm work. A significant proportion of local women routinely do hands-on work with livestock and crops, as well as completing paperwork, filing and documentation. In many cases, this is on top of running a household and holding down another job. 41% of the women who completed our survey who have jobs off the farm have used income from this job to help meet farm running costs, and 13% do this regularly. Thank you. I will conclude this stage and pick up on some of the comments and whenever the debate winds.
I now call William Irwin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I welcome the opportunity to contribute to the debate today. And as elected representative with a lifetime in my family farm, this is an area of great interest to me. When my own father died at a young age of 54, my mother was a vital source of help and guidance to me when at 19 I had to step up and follow my father's footsteps. Back then, she was a great source of encouragement and advice, and now at the grand age of 94, she continues to keep close tabs on me. She had a very tough time herself, even as a young mother, and very sadly lost her daughter at a very young age in an accident on the farm. All these things were very heartbreaking. To me, my mother was someone who remained very strong and composed. These are the traits which I looked up to at my young age at that time. There is no doubt that farming, by its very nature, is a challenging environment for everyone, regardless of gender, and trying to earn a living from the land and being at the mercy of the weather, the unpredictability of animals in the global markets. It is certainly a job that has great variety and many challenges. Further to my own experiences, my own daughter runs a chicken farm, and in my own constituency I know of many other women who are operating significant chicken farm businesses on a daily basis and doing so very successfully. This proves to me that there are certainly many women out there in the agri-food sector that are forging ahead, and rightly so. The committee undertook this piece of work to ensure that light was shone on the role of women play in agriculture and the challenges they face. My own family farm, my wife, daughters and daughter-in-law have been a huge assistance and very much see the immense value and contribution that they make, from helping on the farm to the brickwork. The workload is huge, as any farmer will relate, and the level of help required means that all hands are required to make the operation a success. In relatively recent times, there has been significant publicity through the mainstream media on farming and food production, with a growing number of television programmes dedicated to farming and showing in great detail family life on a farm. Very often these programmes clearly show the huge positive impact women are having and the importance of their involvement in the running of the farms. Their abilities are very clear for all to see. I welcome the exposure this brings in showing women as vital contributors to farming in Northern Ireland. The report of the committee sought to highlight some of the issues facing the women in farming. I welcome the report's publication and the findings contained within it. Areas of work as recommended by the report include specific programmes and courses designed specifically for women farmers and those wanting to enter the role. Women-only training environments and also DARE-led initiatives which promote the importance and contribution potential of women in agriculture are also recommended. It is vital that these schemes are brought forward and addressed as per the committee report and recommendations. In closing, I would state that any and every assistance should be offered to both encourage more women into the role and also sustain women already in the farming, to address any hurdles and negative experiences as highlighted by the report.
Members, there is considerable interest in this debate, more than the time allocated would allow, so I would encourage members if they could shorten their speeches a little to allow more in, and that would be appreciated. And I call Patsy McClone.
Much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker, and hopefully I will be as brief as can be to cover the topic.
a very important topic, and we welcome the debate today on the committee's report on the challenges women experience in the local agricultural sector. Many of those challenges are cultural and difficult to address, but it isn't impossible. After all, since the executive itself was established, 4 women have held the position of Agriculture Minister out of a total of 6, including acting ministers. Among that number was the first Minister of Agriculture in the executive, my own party, the SDLP's Bridge Rogers. We have around 25,000 registered local farm holdings. The majority of these are designated very small. This 7% lower than in 2006. But the overall workforce figure has remained the same. At just over 5%, we have fewer women registered as principal farm owners compared to the rest of Ireland and England, where the figures are 12% and 16% respectively. Across the EU, the average figure for women farm owners is 22%. The proportion of women working in agriculture here on a full-time basis in 2019 was only 30%, compared to 62% in the general workforce. What is of particular concern is that since 2006, the number of local women farmers has fallen by around 15%, while there are 40% more women recorded as other or casual workers on farms. There's also been a sharp decline in the number of women principal farmers compared to men over the same period, a 21% drop for women compared to a 6% decrease for men. When the committee looked at the boards of 17 local agri-food organisations and businesses covering agriculture organisations, education and private agri-food production enterprises, the committee found that of 111 senior board representatives at these organisations, only 16 of those were women. That's just 14%. Compared to other jurisdictions on these islands, there's a lack of policy in place that is intended to encourage and support women in the agriculture sector. According to the Department's consultation on future agricultural policy proposals, DERA is cognisant of the need to encourage females in farming and to eliminating any perceived barriers to accessing the industry as a viable career path. Recognising that there's a problem, of course, is a start, although many would point out that some of those barriers are real rather than merely perceived. Let us be absolutely clear. There's no valid reason why women cannot be successful in the agriculture sector as farm owners, managers, workers, in education organisations, agri-food production companies, at board level and even as ministers. But there's an urgent need for policy initiatives to prevent us falling further behind other regions on these islands and indeed within Europe. We have a responsibility as legislators to ensure equality of opportunity for women in agriculture here. That means removing those barriers, real or perceived, that prevent women from choosing farming as a viable career path. The committee has made several recommendations towards this objective, and the SDLP wholeheartedly supports all the recommendations in support. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I call Rosemary Barton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Over these past 6 months, the Area Committee have been researching the challenges experienced by women in agriculture, given that it is widely recognised that women make a very valuable contribution to the agricultural sector here in Northern Ireland. There are approximately 25,000 agricultural holdings in Northern Ireland, with women approximately making up 22% of the agricultural workforce. And 95% of the farms are owned by men. Increasingly, women are now abandoning farming and working in other supporting roles in the agricultural sector. The number of women working primarily in the agricultural sector fell by 15% between 2006 and 2019. These statistics are evidence that women have to navigate a number of complex and difficult issues to get the recognition they deserve in the agricultural industry. There appears to be a historical legacy of culture and attitude towards encouraging young women into agriculture in comparison to young men. The question of succession and parental attitudes to daughters being willed land is a barrier to female ownership. Many still see farming as not a suitable career for women and girls, and the family farm is passed to the son. thus leaving their daughter without access to succession land. There is also a mindset where it is preferential that the family farm remains in the family name, which would not be the case if inherited by a daughter who got married. From the area report, comments included that while many women helped out on the farm in an unpaid capacity, feeding animals or completing paperwork, there was a reluctance from the male owner of the farm to have the farm jointly owned with their partner. Another very telling comment was made: women are not seen to be competent enough to run farms. As a woman in the agricultural sector, I frequently have men walk into the yard and immediately ask if my father or husband is around. While it is recognised, Mr Deputy Speaker, that there is good gender balance on many of the Level 2 courses offered by CAFRE, this further highlights the challenges experienced because so few women return to the family farm. Many make a career in agri-associated businesses or the agri-food industry. Another concern raised was the gender equality around boardroom tables of the agri-food industry. Is there a 50-50 split reflecting the population, or is there a less equal split? And I think you all heard Mr McGlone refer to that also in his speech just a few moments ago. Mr Deputy Speaker, we live in the 21st century. Attitudes must change. Parents must encourage daughters by familiarising them from an early age with all the farm work, thus instilling a confidence in all of their family and giving them good experiences of becoming involved in the agricultural sector. For women to overcome many of these challenges in the agricultural sector, whether it be inheriting and owning a farm, having joint names on herds and payments, or applying to become a board member in some of our agri-foods, DAERA must also help by considering addressing these challenges through a programme of education and mentoring for both cultural and attitudinal changes, perhaps similar to a programme in Scotland, which I understand has been very successful. No longer should one, because of their gender, feel less empowered to succeed in the local agricultural sector. Thank you.
Could we have John Blair onto our screens? And I call John Blair.
Mr Deputy Speaker, thank you. I'm pleased to be able to join remotely for the debate today and support the comments made by the committee chair and other committee colleagues. Deputy Speaker, the glass ceiling restricting women in the various strands of the agriculture sector is similar to that witnessed over many generations in other walks of life also. This includes, of course, politics and other areas of public life. It is important to call this out and right to call this out on International Women's Day, and more important, to do all that we can to break these barriers. In agriculture, there have been particular and persistent cultural as well as practical barriers for women. These include perception around those assumed to be interested in playing a leading role. There have been barriers around inheritance and also in succession planning. Barriers also in education, training and access to funding. Deputy Speaker, Government, DAERA in particular, and all of us in this Assembly and in public life have a role to play in breaking these barriers. The motion from the committee is a result of engagement and consultation, which not only further identified these barriers, but also stressed the need to find solutions. Hopefully, this will lead to increased engagement by the committee, the Assembly, the Department and the Minister. The engagement must find ways to support women in the sector and across the sector in a way that has been done in other jurisdictions. On behalf of Alliance, Mr Deputy Speaker, I support the motion.
I call Emma Sheeran.
Gura Mayagat, Lash Concordia.
dús seo searta na Gaeilge, agus lá idirnáisiúnta na man fásta, so ba bhfuil coppla focail a rá in Gaeilge, lá idirnáisiúnta na man honna daobh. An cosú leis an teanga Gaeilge, caithfí muid takeíocht de chóirt do bhrá na tuthe in éireann nua. Firstly, it's Seart na Gaeilge, it's actually Cockish na Gaeilge, and it's also International Women's Day today. And just like the Irish language, we have to support our rural women in a new Ireland. Because, like our Irish language speakers, our farmers and food producers have often succeeded in this country in spite of support from state, north and south. And for women engaged in this industry, the challenges have always been exacerbated. When we think of the traditional family farm, the woman's role was always very clearly defined. It included everything. Many a farmer's wife was a farmer herself. She had to tend to chickens, tend to pet lambs, milk cows, bring in feed, clean out pens and do all of the housework, rear children, bake bread, make dinners and everything in between. And I'm thinking at this point of my own two grannies on International Women's Day, both of whom would have been described as housewives at various points of their life, both of whom could have been described as not working, but the whole show would have fallen apart if it wasn't for them. So whether we like it or not, we still do have gender norms in this country. The theme this year of International Women's Day is breaking the bias, and we still have a long way to go. Women are more likely to be in insecure work, more likely to be part-time and have more unpaid responsibilities. The pay gap is estimated to sit at around 9.6% in the North, with women earning 9.6% less than men. And in the Feminist Recovery Plan produced by the Women's Policy Group, we're told that 1/3 of women have unpaid caring responsibilities. This affects all women, but it often affects rural women more. Childcare is less accessible, public transport is often unavailable completely, and support networks for women in rural areas are dispersed, leaving women isolated. When we talk about inequalities, we have to consider them intersectionally. All rural communities are disenfranchised by poor infrastructure and a lack of mobile connectivity and broadband, but it's usually women who suffer the most. The same survey told us that 66% of women had struggled with poor broadband during COVID-19, and it was women doing the schoolwork with the children and women working from home online, so it was women that suffered the most. For our female farmers, they have all these challenges and more. I know women who farm in my local area. I also know that in a recent Section 75 assessment from the Department of Agriculture, they quoted 2015 data that said that only 7% of farms were owned by women, and therefore policy wasn't going to have an impact on women, which to me should have been a prompt for change and something that required action that needed to address it. We need to break the bias. We need to encourage more women into our fields, or in many cases, give them the credit for the fields they've already been standing in. Gorma Haggett.
I call Tom Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to speak on the important debate today on International Women's Day, highlighting the difficulties women in the agriculture sector face. As representative of West Tyrone, a vast rural constituency populated throughout with many farms and also with large businesses reliant on the agriculture industry, it is vital that more proactive steps are taken to recognise the support and the role that women play on farms. Women represent over half of Northern Ireland's population, yet so few of them take up roles in farm management. And Northern Ireland has the lowest percentage of women in the agriculture workforce at just 22% compared to that of the UK. The issues facing women and hindering their careers in the farming industry are vast. There is a clear stigma that farming is a male-dominated industry, and this stereotype has proved to be a barrier for women in the sector who feel that attitudes toward them will never change. Despite the vital role they play, many women feel that they are not seen as competent as their male colleagues. In the past, operating large and heavy machinery and all the manual labour that is involved in the running of a farm was seen as a man job, but the whole nature of farming is changing, with a shift away from masculine labour towards new technology and operating systems. We cannot undermine the vital work undertaken by women amongst the farming community. Many of them carry out hands-on tasks, whilst completing paperwork and looking after the household needs, and often hold other employment, using their salary to ensure the day-to-day running of the farm. Yet their contribution often goes unnoticed, and women feel they will never be recognised as a farmer on their own merit. Agriculture is an accessible career with plenty of opportunities, but it relies on new ideas, skills and talents from both young men and women to provide a sustainable future. Such measures have already been implemented in other parts of the United Kingdom, such as in Scotland, who have funded 3 pilot training programmes to encourage women's participation in the agriculture sector. Already 200 women have enrolled in Scotland's Be Your Best Self programme, which supports women in developing their leadership abilities and ensuring agriculture is a more resilient and economic sustainable industry. This Scottish task force also planned to scope the provision of childcare services in rural areas and how to improve its availability to women who want to work in the agricultural sector. The online survey carried out by the DAERA Committee showed that the unreasonable hours required with farm work and the lack of support offered to women, such as maternity leave and help towards childcare costs, was one of the biggest deterrents for women entering the agriculture industry on a full-time capacity. Similar initiatives need to be rolled out in Northern Ireland to give women the time to take part in courses to enhance their leadership skills and to boost their overall morale working in a male-dominated environment. It is clear from the committee's findings that the women in this sector feel their opinion is not as readily accepted as a male's. A woman's perspective can differ from a man's, but new approaches and ideas will help the industry modernise and meet the challenges that agriculture will face in the near future, such as the new climate change bill, where farms will now have to take active steps to reduce their emissions. Throughout the United Kingdom, it is expected that more women will enter the agriculture industry in the future as the uptake of women in future education courses and agriculture has increased. And I would welcome the courses that are already being offered at Caffrey to encourage young women even into the sector. And I do appreciate more maybe can be done and can be looked at, but there is something that's ongoing there at the minute. And we as a committee have the opportunity to ensure that the agriculture industry is a fairer, more inclusive industry, and should make it a priority to promote women who wish to advance their career throughout the whole agriculture sector. Thank you.
I call Sinead Ennis. No.
Deputy Speaker actually took my name off the speaking list.
Sorry, misunderstanding. I call Harry Harvey.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And members have already alluded to, it is very fitting that this motion has been brought to the floor of the Chamber on this International Women's Day. It goes without saying that women contribute so much right across society, both in traditional roles and more in roles which would have been less popular for them in previous years. One such area has been engineering, evidenced by the rising numbers of females entering that profession. Greater numbers of women across these sectors, traditionally reserved for men, has shown that no matter your gender or identity, anyone can achieve their goals within whichever field they wish to pursue them in. Like so many other job roles, farming has seen rising numbers of women taking an active role within that sector, a sector which for centuries has been seen as a man's domain. Now, more than ever before, women are stepping forward, not to support the farm business, but to run, own and manage it. This is something that not only needs to be celebrated, but encouraged. It must be remembered, however, that women have always played an important role within the farming and rural community, a role which, so often under-recognised, has always been equally vital to the continuity and viability of many of our farms across the country. That said, there are unique challenges that face women who decide to play more of fundamental and managerial role within the sector. And we should not only be alive to these issues, but seek, where possible, to highlight and tackle them head-on. whether it be within agriculture or any other sector or profession. There is no place for disadvantage being placed upon women. Whilst much has been done and achieved over the past 2 decades to address the gender imbalance and associated issues, there is still work to be done. The Agriculture Committee over the recent months has been seeking to do exactly that with the commissioning of the report called Breaking the Glass Ceiling, a critical assessment of women within agriculture, which launches today. I had the pleasure yesterday of visiting a local farm shop business within my own constituency with the Minister, a very successful farm diversification business managed by Emily McGann, a very successful business woman and farmer. Unfortunately, Emily is the exception to the rule. It is our role to ask the question why that is, and whether the barriers facing women in reaching their full potential within the agri-food sector can be challenged. I know this is very much the thrust of the committee's efforts, and I know that the Minister has always been very willing to support women across the sector and will continue to work alongside the committee to highlight this issue. Reports have shown that government initiatives in other jurisdictions have borne fruit with increasing numbers of women joining the job roles such as farming as a result. Hopefully today's report will better inform and enlighten debate on this topic and help shape future support and government policy in the new mandate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, I will be applying the discretion that is given to the Deputy Speaker to extend this debate slightly to ensure that the remaining 2 members on the list will have an opportunity to contribute to this debate, and each will have 5 minutes. So I now call Cara Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I really appreciate that, and I welcome the opportunity today to speak, albeit briefly, on this important issue of women in agriculture and the challenges that they face in what it was traditionally seen and can sometimes still be seen as quite a male-dominated space. And I think it's very appropriate that we're discussing this issue here today on International Women's Day, with this year's theme being Break the Bias. Across the North, and indeed the world, women play a huge role in our agricultural sector. Over the past few decades, this sector has transformed, and with these changes come opportunity. With our traditional view of farming, while it might be male-led, women have been the backbone of our farming communities, providing skilled labour and support for generations. Despite this, it is extremely disappointing that the North lags behind the rest of Europe when it comes to female farm managers. For too long, women have been denied opportunities in this sector, with the old saying, if you can see it, you can be it, coming to mind. We need to properly showcase the pioneers who are leading the way in agriculture on this island despite historical challenges. Farming is changing due to both advances in technology and to tackle the climate crisis and the way it threatens our everyday life. As farming becomes more modern and reflective of our modern society, so too must its workforce. We need to showcase the opportunities that exist here for women in the agricultural sector and ensure that ability is encouraged, supported and developed from a young age. If it is to adapt and thrive, our agricultural sector needs more women within its workforce. Women have unique skills and viewpoints that will help build a modern and robust farming industry. We have already seen the tremendous impact women have made on the sector, and we need to do all we can to encourage that moving forward. I welcome the committee's work on reviewing what barriers remain and the importance of breaking the glass ceiling for women within agriculture. The North should be very proud of its agricultural sector, and I look forward to ongoing efforts to break the bias and ensure women are properly represented within it. Thank you.
I call Claire Bailey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'm very well aware that the timing is tight. For this motion debate, we've been allocated 45 minutes rather than the usual 1.5 hours. So I thank you for the extension of the timing, so I'll keep my contribution short. But it is International Women's Day, and on International Women's Day, people around the world are challenged to really imagine a gender-equal world. And imagine in 2022 still having to raise awareness against gender bias, because that's the theme for this year's International Women's Day, and it's why we're here as well, acknowledging this report. And there's no surprises at all in this report, and I'm glad that our committee, the ERA committee, did carry this piece of work out. And I urge every member to read it and every party to adopt the recommendations. And what you'll find in this report is exactly what you'll find when we're talking about women in any sector and women in any leadership roles around the world. The barriers are the same, and the research has shown us that it's the 5 C's. It's about the candidacy, it's about cash, it's about caring responsibilities, it's about culture, and it's about confidence. And that's exactly the same for women around the world in any sector as it is for the women in our agricultural sector here. And during the carrying out of this report, we heard the stories from women in the agriculture sector here in Northern Ireland about the misogynistic attitudes that they face at farmers' markets, in sales, and in the industry as a whole. And we have a chance to stop this. And there's a real chance to now embed the principles of gender equality throughout the agricultural sector that will transform not just the sector, but our society as a whole. And I hope that the Minister, I hope that the Department, and I hope that everybody here takes notice and does the right thing for women right across society. Thank you.
I now call Michelle McElveen, who, whilst Minister for Education, will be responding on behalf of the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. And you've up to 7.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And on this International Women's Day, I welcome the opportunity to participate in this debate today on behalf of Minister Poots, who is unable to attend. This report highlights the need to support women in the agriculture sector, and it is a fact that women do remain underrepresented in the agriculture industry, and there are real and perceived barriers to undertaking a career in farming. That's been well articulated by both the Chair and other members in the Assembly here today. It's important that the industry moves forward in a way that supports and encourages women to take on leadership roles, both within farm businesses and across the wider sector. It's also imperative that future agricultural policy helps promote and inspire the next generation of farmers, both female and male. It's well known that the local agriculture industry is traditionally male-dominated. The most recent EU Farm Structure Survey in 2016 showed that 76% of farm workers in Northern Ireland were male and 24% were female, although the proportion of female managers was just 5%. However, DAERA's College of Agriculture, Food and Rural Enterprise, CAFRE, delivers education programmes to around 1,900 students, and it is really positive to know that the number of female students is increasing. CAFRE delivers both further education and higher education programmes, and whilst 27% of the further education students are female, many of these further education students use their course as a progression route to higher education. Notably, 54% of CAFRE students studying for foundation or honours degrees in agriculture are female. CAFRE students are the industry leaders and influencers of the future, and this changing picture should mean that we will begin to see a shift in the demographics as these young people leave college and begin to follow their chosen careers in the agriculture industry. Without doubt, knowledge transfer is critical to improving future performance, sustainability and resilience of the agri-food industry. The CAFRE continues to deliver knowledge transfer, innovation and technology transfer programmes to people who are already participating and working in the agriculture industry. And whilst female participation on the current suite of programmes is relatively low, DAERA is looking ahead to future programmes and how this can be changed. The Department's public consultation on future agricultural policy proposals for Northern Ireland closed on the 15th of February, and DAERA officials are currently considering the responses which were received. This consultation included policy proposals for future knowledge transfer and innovation programmes for the industry and a generational renewal programme to support and encourage generational change within the industry. The development of programmes in these two policy areas provides an opportunity to address the recommendations made in this report, to facilitate enhanced training and education for women in the sector, and to promote and encourage succession regardless of sex. Across the industry as a whole, it's important that both individuals and organisations demonstrate appropriate behaviours of fairness and equality. One recommendation in the report launched today, which is very welcome, is that female representation on boards and committees should be increased. And it may be the case that awareness training is appropriate for some organisations. However, I do note that DAERA is actually leading by example, with 45% of staff being female. Also, all DAERA staff undertake mandatory unconscious bias training as induction, and they are also encouraged to complete the Equality Commission for Northern Ireland's online training regarding Section 75 duties. In addition to this, DAERA staff at CAFRE deliver diversity and inclusion training each year to students to reinforce key messages about equality and respect as they study at college and then leave to work in the agriculture industry. I fully endorse the recommendation in the report that organisations across the sector should consider how women can be promoted in communications about new initiatives, policies and projects, and this is important across all industry sectors. It's encouraging to note that DAERA also leads by example in this area of work by highlighting the roles and responsibilities women carry out in the agriculture sector. In addition, CAFRE ensures that there is strong female representation across all the communication channels which it uses. Students and alumni are featured regularly studying and working in rewarding jobs and leadership roles. In conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, there are many steps already being taken to bring cultural and behavioural change that will positively impact women in agriculture and help them to overcome perceived barriers to their career progression. However, this report does show that there is more that could be done. It's important that DAERA and the industry work together to facilitate change through ongoing policy development. Thank you.
I now call Declan McAleer, the committee chair, to conclude the wind-up debate on the motion.
And I thank all of the members for their contributions here today on this International Women's Day. And we were delighted to be able to get this motion in the chamber on this particular day. And indeed, we're actually launching the report now, just at 1:30 up in the Long Gallery. So we'll elaborate on a bit more detail. So everyone's invited to come up to the Long Gallery just before 1:30, and we'll elaborate on the report in a little bit more detail. So really, to conclude, the review has highlighted the central role that women play in our agricultural sector, and it has shone a light on the issues and barriers which they face on a daily basis, many of which are embedded in tradition and cultural practice, and that is what we heard from speaker after speaker here today. And while it will take years of persistent action to deliver full equality of opportunity, the committee's recommendations aim to set and train in motion towards greater inclusivity for women in the sector and to address some of the challenges. In the context of impending changes from climate change legislation, a new system of farm payments and trade dynamics arising from Brexit, our local agricultural sector cannot afford to keep doing things the same way. By embracing, supporting and encouraging women to have greater prominence and leadership in the industry, our agricultural sphere will be better placed to adapt, diversify and modernise in response to strategic challenges. Finally, I'd like to thank everyone, particularly the women, who took time to complete the survey and who participated in our stakeholder event, as well as those organisations who provided their insight and advice to the committee on the issues, and that's including the Ulster Farmers Union and the NI Rural Women's Network. And the committee recognises that delivering change and equality of opportunity for women in our agriculture sector will take many years, and we hope that this review will be a positive first step along that journey.
Members, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I'd ask members to take their ease again before our next item of business. Order members, next item of business is the consideration stage of the Period Products Free Provision Bill, and I call Pat Cackney to move the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Members will have a copy of the marshalled list of amendments detailing the order for consideration. The amendments have been grouped for debate in the provisional grouping of amendments selected list. There is a single group of amendments, Amendments 1 to 18, which deals with the definitions and duties and implementation and review. I would remind members intending to speak that during the debate on the single group that they should address all the amendments in which they wish to comment. Once the debate is completed, any further amendments in the group will be moved formally as we go through the bill, and the question on each will be put without further debate. The question on stand part will be taken at appropriate points in the bill, and if that's clear, we will proceed. We now come to the group of amendments for debate. With Amendment 1, it will be convenient to debate Amendments 2 to 18. And I call Robbie Butler to move Amendment 1 and to address the other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Ulster Unionist Party in this debate to speak on the amendments before us today and hopefully support this bill's further passage. Firstly, I want to express my thanks for all the work which members across this House have put into this bill, both in this chamber, particularly on the Education Committee, and indeed the bill sponsor, my colleague from Lagan Valley, Mr. Pat Cackney. But I'd also like to thank the bill sponsor for his receptive nature and suggestions and comments throughout the passage of this bill and the manner in which this bill is starting to take a little bit of shape. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the first amendment before us today is in my name, and I would like to move that amendment. The purpose of this amendment is to rationalise where the overall duty of responsibility for the bill should lie. Rest assured, I have no issue with the provisions contained within Clause 1, as I have read through the bill and the provisions contained therein. I am drawn to the conclusion, though, that the Department of Health is not the correct place for this bill to be administered from and have universal impact. This bill is something which is definitively cross-cutting and will have impact upon public service bodies which sit under the functions of a wide variety of departments. One is only to look at Clause 2 of the bill to see that the onus is on each and every Stormont department to identify public service bodies for which the provisions of this bill will apply to. And furthermore, Amendment 1 dovetails with Amendment 12, which seeks to insert a new clause which will lay a responsibility upon the Executive to review and report upon. Looking at the other amendments, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have to say that there are none which I take any issue with. The majority of the amendments that are before us this afternoon are technical in nature and work to enhance the wording of this bill. I am in support of Amendment 7 in particular, which makes provision for a review of departmental regulation every 3 years. I believe that this will keep the legislation agile and reactive to any identified gaps in free period product provision which become apparent in the first few years of this bill's implementation. Similarly, Amendment 12, which makes provision for a 3-yearly report and review before the Assembly, will allow us to be responsive and adaptive to the outcomes of this bill. I am supportive of this as well. Amendments 8, 9 and 10, moved by the Chair of the Committee, reflect the compassionate concerns and comments raised at the committee stage. The dignity, privacy and confidentiality of those requiring provision of period products is paramount and something which absolutely should be enshrined in the body of the bill of this bill in text. I am more than happy to support these amendments. Mr. Speaker, the aims of this bill are something which I wholeheartedly endorse, and I am happy to support the amendments tabled before us today.
Just for the record, could you clarify, did you move Amendment 1? Could you...
Moved.
Okay, thank you. And I now call the Chair of the Education Committee, Chris Little.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Committee for Education has worked for some time to urge measures to end period poverty and to facilitate free period product provision. The Department of Education began a pilot project in schools called Period Dignity last year and led groundwork for a rollout of a more comprehensive approach. This bill is therefore both timely and aligned with the Education Committee's aim to deliver equal access to education for all. The Education Committee worked hard to liaise with relevant voices in government and among the public during our committee stage of this cross-cutting bill, and we commend the efforts of Pat Cackney MLA to progress this important legislation in the Assembly. Following introduction of the bill to the Assembly, The Education Committee wrote on the 23rd of November 2021 to key education stakeholders. The Education Committee also inserted notices in the Belfast Telegraph, Irish News and Newsletter seeking written evidence on the bill by the 18th of December 2021. The committee highlighted its call for evidence via social media, and at its meeting on the 16th of December 2021, the committee agreed to extend its call for evidence on the bill to Friday the 7th of January 2022. Around 66 organisations and individuals responded to the request for written evidence, and during the period covered by this committee stage report, the committee considered the bill and related issues at 11 of its meetings from the 1st of December 2021 to the 26th of January 2022. The committee took oral evidence from the bill's sponsor, Pat Catney, MLA, the Department for Communities, the Department of Education, Department of Health and selected stakeholders who had submitted written evidence. The Education Committee commenced its informal deliberations on the clauses of the bill on the 26th of January 2022 and completed formal clause-by-clause scrutiny at its meeting of the 31st of January 2022. Assembly Research Services provided the committee with research papers on the bill, and as is usual convention, the Education Committee sought and accepted the advice of the Examiner for Statutory Rules as to the secondary legislation-making powers in the bill and the level of Assembly scrutiny to which those rules would be subject. The Examiner advised that the delegation of legislative power provided for in the bill is not inappropriate and that the exercise of this legislative power is subject to an appropriate procedure. The Education Committee's principles and values align, as I said earlier, with the objectives of the bill. This was brought home to us even more emphatically when we took part in a youth engagement event about the bill's proposals. Young people shared their experience of period pain and period emergencies at school, their self-consciousness about periods, of not being sure that they would have enough products to manage menstruation and unpredictability, especially during exercise, their fear of being made to feel ashamed about their periods and the stigma of others. Both girls and boys voiced the opinion that more open discussion of periods would make it less taboo and enable boys and girls to understand and support people with menstruation. Some pupils expressed the expectation that period products should be provided on the same basis as toilet paper and other essentials, and that it was unfair to many people that this was not already the case. They spoke truth to power, Deputy Speaker, as they always do, and I commend our young people for showing us the way. Overall, the Education Committee identified some key challenges with the bill. Stakeholder input recommending privacy and confidentiality in accessing period products, which the Education Committee has acted on in agreeing and tabling amendments to Clause 3 and Clause 5. Notwithstanding the primary need to put provision in place, the additional need to minimise paper and plastic waste from period products, estimated at 200,000 tonnes of waste per year in the UK, which the Committee has acted upon in agreeing and tabling amendments to Clause 3 and Clause 5. A relative lack of evidence on which to base costings for the proposals, given that similar schemes in neighbouring jurisdictions are of recent commencement, although estimations were provided gratefully by the bill sponsor, Pat Catney, MLA. The pending nature of an indication from the Executive to the bill sponsor or the Committee of a lead or coordinating department for the bill, which is going to be addressed also, a lack of clarity around the funding of the proposed measures. However, the Education Committee was in favour of the policy direction led by the bill sponsor, Pat Catney, MLA, and was advised that the bill was technically sound and afforded time and flexibility for the proposed arrangements to be made before commencement. Formal clause-by-clause scrutiny of the bill took place on the 31st of January 2022. The Education Committee commissioned the text of 4 amendments, which you see on the Marshall list today. These addressed themes and suggestions which had arisen in both written and oral submissions. First, the committee identified a need to emphasise privacy and confidentiality in arrangements made to deliver provision under both Clause 1, universal duty, and more discreet Clause 2, duty for specified public service bodies. Secondly, the committee wished these arrangements to require consideration of sustainable products, described in the bill as articles which are reusable. The first theme in respect of privacy and confidentiality derives from evidence of organisations such as Homeless Period Belfast, who indicated a preference that free period products should be available inside toilet cubicles or beside wash-hand basins. They emphasised the need for privacy and confidentiality represented by their stakeholders, who were conscious of feeling period stigma. This was echoed by the Period Poverty Action Group and the Department for Communities Witnesses. Accordingly, Amendments 8, 10 and 14 add to the prerequisite in the existing bill of dignity in arrangements the additional elements of privacy and confidentiality. The Education Committee was also conscious of the environmental impact of paper and plastic waste from menstrual products, calculated, as I say, by the Women's Environmental Network at 200,000 tonnes a year. Accordingly, in Amendments 9 and 14, it reinforced reference to articles that are reusable so as to ensure sustainable options are considered and consulted on as much as possible, provided in response to the needs of service users. The Education Committee also had before it the text of amendments from the bill sponsor. These address issues raised by departments in their correspondence to the committee, namely correcting minor and technical details of the bill and seeking to clarify language which had given rise to misunderstanding about the phasing and timing of specific public service bodies, regulation making and commencement provisions. The Education Committee agreed that it was content with the amendments before it and that it was content with the clauses as drafted and the clauses subject to those amendments. One member reserved judgment on the amendments, the clauses subject to those amendments due to the unresolved factors external to the bill outlined above. That's as diplomatic a way as I can put that as possible. The committee's recommendation in respect of an accompanying educational awareness-raising programme which would address in co-educational settings societal attitudes that give rise to period stigma and help explain and demystify periods and period product provision, including sustainable options. This recommendation was inspired by the evidence of SEA outlining the educational programme they've rolled out in schools to accompany implementation of the Department of Education's Period Dignity pilot. I hope to hear discussion and reassurances from the Coordinating Minister about how this recommendation might be accepted and actioned. In agreeing its report on the 2nd of February, the Education Committee agreed also to write to the Executive Office, indicating the uncertainty demonstrated in the Department of Health's oral evidence in relation to the universal duty, and asking that to avert any confusion caused by this, that the Executive Office undertake to coordinate the executive response to the bill and departmental amendments to it. The committee received helpful submissions from the Department for Economy, the Minister for Finance and Minister for Communities, as well as some clarifying submissions. Due to the resignation of the DUP First Minister, the Executive Office was no longer available to coordinate, so the Education Committee welcomes the letter received from the Communities Minister, Deirdre Hargreave, MLA, undertaking this role. We're all appreciative of this outcome to allow the bill to pass. Deputy Speaker, our Education Committee report and its appendices hopefully make useful reading to many and a useful contribution, and I commend them to this Assembly. I'm particularly on International Women's Day. I'm grateful to all stakeholders who contributed their thoughtful and often heartfelt replies and reflections on their experiences. I'd like to thank the Education Committee members for their diligence and commitment on this matter, and I'd like to thank the Education Committee clerk, her team, the clerks and DALOs who helped them facilitate liaison on this cross-cutting matter within a short window of opportunity. We're always indebted to the calm objectivity of our bill clerk, our researcher, Assembly Legal Services, and this was no exception. Deputy Speaker, I commend the committee amendments to the Assembly, the sponsors' amendments, which we also support, and look forward to the Minister's response to the committee's recommendation. We're delighted to see the bill progress to this stage and look forward to further progress to final stage. Thank you.
I call Pat Sheehan.
And it's appropriate that we're discussing this issue again today on International Women's Day. And as my wife chastised me this morning for not wishing her a happy International Women's Day first thing this morning, can I wish all female colleagues from all parties a happy International Women's Day. First of all, I want to thank the sponsor of this bill, Pat Catney, for bringing this forward, and to commend him for having brought it to this stage. I have no doubt it will be enacted, and whatever happens in the election, this will be a legacy for Pat Catney to look back on with pride. It's another progressive piece of legislation going through this Assembly. I mean, if you think of some of the stuff that has gone through over the past few weeks, this is just another piece in the jigsaw. And it will deal with issues such as period poverty and gender equality. So those are very important issues in terms of rebalancing the society that we live in and ensure that it's fair and equal for everyone who lives here. Just turning to the amendments, most of these amendments are technical in nature or tidying up. There's nothing really controversial there, and I'd be supporting all of them. The one issue that is maybe a bit trickier for some people was the Robbie Butler's Amendment 1 in terms of assigning the lead responsibility to the Executive Office rather than the Health Department, which is in the draft legislation. First of all, I mean, and because the Minister for Communities is here today responding to this, some people are slightly confused. So let me just make it clear. The Minister for Communities is here to guide this bill through its legislative process. That doesn't necessarily mean that she's taken the lead, and if this amendment is accepted, which I expect it to be, then the lead responsibility for delivering on this will rest with the Executive Office. So I'm just mentioning that for some clarity and to end any confusion. There's not much else I want to say on this, Ceann Comhairle. Sinn Féin supports all the amendments and welcomes this very progressive piece of legislation. As the chair of the committee mentioned, no one would expect that toilet paper wouldn't be free or available in public toilets. And likewise, there should be no charge for period products, and they should be made universally available. So I'll end on that. Ceann Comhairle, except to once again wish the sponsor of this bill well. Pat Catney has done a great job in bringing this forward to the point it's at now.
I call Diane Dodds.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And first of all, again, like Pat Sheehan, I do want to wish my colleagues happy International Women's Day, and perhaps we should focus our minds on those women in Afghanistan who've been denied opportunity, and in Ukraine, who suffer such terrible violence. I also want to take the opportunity to thank the bill's sponsor for this particular bill. I know that there was some Twitter excitement last week over the actual origins of the bill and so on. And I go back to the old phrase that success has many fathers and failure's an orphan. And I do wish the bill success, because I do think that this is an important bill in
progressing equality. And again, on International Women's Day, this is an issue that is so fundamental to women and girls in our society. And I think it is maybe an accident of timing, but appropriate that we are discussing this bill on International Women's Day. I think throughout the chamber here there is an acknowledgement that eradicating period poverty is hugely important and that no one should be disadvantaged because of it in either work or education. It does, of course, build on the pilot schemes that I announced as the Minister for the Economy and which our Education Minister has announced. And those are important schemes that are already making a difference. In turning to the bill, Mr Deputy Speaker, and before I speak to the amendments, I do, and I will be interested in hearing the Minister's comment on this and indeed the bill's sponsor comment, and he knows that this is an issue that I have raised on many occasions. There is a universal clause in the bill in relation to the provision of period products. And I note that this bill has no business case and no real estimate of the cost of the universal clause. So I will be interested to hear what the Minister has to say in relation to that clause 1 and the universality of that at a time when we have tight budgets to control. The amendments, as many have said, are really very technical amendments. They tidy up the bill, eradicate mentions of bodies where there is no need to, and so on. And importantly, and this is something that the Education Committee discussed at length, the issue around privacy and confidentiality and accessibility, so that no one should be really in an awkward or difficult position in accessing these products, particularly young girls in school, where there might be some hesitancy around this issue. So we are supportive of the bill, and I've spoken many times to the sponsor on this particular issue, and I wish him well and thank him for this piece of legislation. Thank you.
Members, the Business Committee has arranged to meet at 1:30 today. I therefore propose, by leave of the Assembly, to suspend the sitting until 2 p.m, when the next contributor scheduled to speak is Cara Hunter. The sitting is, by leave, suspended.
This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland. Assembly Plenary Programme.
Okay, members, resume the sitting. And I call Cara Hunter.
Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity today to speak on such an important bill that aims to improve the lives of so many across our society. The bill being discussed today, if passed, would provide free period products in schools, colleges and public buildings. And this bill, I feel it is a fantastic coincidence and this stage today falls on International Women's Day. But I'll just begin to touch on a few of the many amendments that we'll be supporting here today. Amendment 8, the committee amendment to include the requirement for privacy and confidentiality to be considered in the development of the schemes. We feel this is vitally important. Amendment 9, the committee amendment to add a specific reference to the need for reusable products. I feel this will help. We're going to support this to showcase and highlight the concern around this issue. Amendment number 10, committee amendment to include the requirement for privacy and confidentiality, as referenced previously by Mrs Dodds, to be considered in the development of the scheme. And Amendment 14 also, as we believe, touching on the importance of reusable products to be used in the development of the consultations. We feel this will be better for the environment, and also these act as long-lasting, reliable products for women and girls. But I'll just touch back on to, it's been around 18 months that Pat has been talking about this important bill, and I'm extremely fortunate to share an office with Pat since becoming an MLA, and it has been a true privilege. And I always think we're like an episode of The Office up there on our best days. But when Pat first talked about the importance of this bill, he asked me, would it be strange of me as a man if I did a bill around periods? Would it be weird? Would people feel uncomfortable? Would they want to talk to me? And I'm here today to say without reservation that no, Pat, as we meet this next stage here today, it's very obvious, both inside and out of these walls, that everyone can see you have truly gone above and beyond, engaging with sectors, activists, and hearing from women across the north about their perspectives, and you've responded with kindness, consideration, and most importantly, an open mind and an inclusive nature as well. None of us in this chamber know if we'll be in politics for the next 5 days, 5 months or 5 years. But what we do know is that the legislation passed in our names or by our parties, it outlives us all. I try to remind Pat about the magnitude of this bill as often he gets flustered and truly forgets. Because of his efforts in crafting it and with the correct funding, women, girls and all those who require products will now have free access. Never again in Northern Ireland, once this bill is passed, will anybody be forced to leave a classroom, school, sports, the uni library, or as a result of the most natural thing in the world, having a period. Regardless of how we all politically identify, I think we all have a shared goal of improving the lives of people right across the north. And this bill, I feel, will do just that. No longer will women suffer the indignity, distress and anxiety of makeshift alternatives. No longer will the panic be there and that I have to go home conversations take place. And so many people fed into this bill to truly make it what it is, and that's why I'm so glad we're here today. And I want to pay tribute to everyone who has come forward throughout this bill and who have shared their experience of period poverty, and from the homeless period in Belfast, student union reps and the wider women's sector. And I really appreciate the support from parties right across this House and independents as well, as I feel it's a true reflection of what can take place when we work together and how positive that can be. As the cost of living continues to soar, this policy is truly needed now more than ever. This legislation is an opportunity for the Assembly to demonstrate that there is more that unites us than divides us, and I hope that all parties will support our bill today, because this is one we can truly be proud of. No more shame, no more stigma, and thank you for that, Pat.
I thank the member for that. I call Nicola Brogan.
I'm really pleased to be standing here today and participating in this debate on the Period Products Free Provision Bill. And I think it is really timely that today on International Women's Day we are discussing this here debate because it does incorporate a gender equality issue. And so maybe it was just accident of timing, but maybe somebody somewhere was planned this very well. I'd like to start by thanking the bill's sponsor, Pat Catney, for all the work that he's done in bringing this bill to the Assembly and through the Assembly. Pat has engaged extensively with the committee as we scrutinised the bill, and the whole way through you've worked really well with us in making sure that we offer this bill every opportunity to progress and to make any changes to make sure that we can help all the people that need our help. Can I also take this opportunity to thank all that have campaigned for free period product provision, and to everyone who presented to the Education Committee throughout our as we scrutinised the bill, and particularly to the those that joined us at the youth engagement event that we held to hear their views on the bill. And can I also commend the work of Homeless Period Belfast. I was really struck whenever they came in to present to the committee at the work they do as an organisation, and then on how they helped shape the bill. So, Concorla said this is an extremely important piece of legislation, and I am really glad to lend my support to it. I'm also happy to say that I'm happy to support all the amendments tabled in the single group. Many of these amendments, as other members have mentioned today, are technical, but I would like to make reference to a number that the Committee of Education brought forward. So amendments number 9 and 14 make reference to the bill having regard for reusable period products. I think these amendments are important, and we should try to make environmentally friendly products available to those that wish to use them. But it was clear when we spoke to a range of stakeholders throughout our time scrutinising the bill that a steady supply of regular period products for those who need them should be encouraged, and that we shouldn't be putting an onerous obligation on any public service body or any department to supply reusable period products ahead of environmentally friendly ones. And I do agree with this, and I wouldn't want to jeopardise the provision of period products in any kind of way. I'll also be supporting amendment number 1. I think the scope of this bill is comprehensive, and it incorporates women's health, gender equality, period poverty and social justice. So I agree that it does sit best with the Executive Office. But I also welcome the decision by the Minister for Communities, Deirdre Hargey, to assist in ensuring that this bill does successfully pass through the Assembly. As party spokesperson on children and young people, I am particularly concerned about the impact that inadequate period product provision and period poverty has on attendance at school. Research amongst girls found that 49% of girls had missed a day at school because of their period, and attendance levels are a known factor of driving the educational gap between our most and least advantaged children and young people. And lack of period product provision is yet another barrier for girls in their education and for the most vulnerable. So I hope that this bill goes some way to help break these barriers. To conclude, Cancurla, I think from all the engagement we've had as a committee with going through this bill, we've noticed that there's still a stigma and a taboo and a shame associated around periods of menstruation. So I think it's really brilliant that we have so many people here today openly talking about it and discussing the topic and shining the light on the issues around period poverty and period product provision. So again, I hope this bill goes some way to alleviate and remove that shame and taboo. So I urge all members to support the bill and support the amendments.
Thank you. And can we have the member Sinead McLaughlin on screen, please? Can I invite the member to open her contribution? Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is a great example of what this Assembly can achieve when we collectively work together to deliver for our constituents. On International Women's Day, I'm delighted to commend this bill, and I would want to thank my colleague, Pat Catney, for introducing this period poverty bill. This is Pat's initiative, and I'm very proud of what he and his team have achieved. I'm delighted that it has earned all party support, but of course none of this would have been possible without the hard-working activists and campaigners who paved the way. So to all of those wonderful contributors, can I thank you? I wish to make some brief comments on the actual amendments. In relation to Amendment 1, unfortunately, I see all too often the schemes fall victim to the dysfunction of the Executive Office. This bill is too important to be left in limbo. It is vital that one department takes ownership and leads on delivering access to menstruation products for all, and I would like to thank the Department for Communities and the Minister for stepping up to the plate. I also support the thoughtful amendments brought forward by the Committee for Education. Explicit reference to protecting the privacy and confidentiality of our citizens is to be welcomed. Both these amendments strengthen the bill and future-proof it. Amendment 15 ensures that inclusivity is maintained. I'm really grateful to Pat for remaining steadfast and resolute in ensuring that period products will be provided for all who need them. The suggested change in wording reflects the reality that it will be predominantly women and girls who will access these products, but it does not exclude trans men or non-binary folks. The language used means access will be open to all who need period products. Simple as that. I also support my party colleagues' other amendments that will further enhance this bill and help to ensure that it successfully achieves its aim. Whether it's low income barriers to accessing period products or the impact of social isolation, too many people are prevented from accessing the products they need to manage their health. We also know that menstrual care can be made difficult by circumstances such as homelessness, abusive relationships, and health conditions like endometriosis. Access to period products is not a luxury, it is a necessity, and it is far beyond time that our society treated it as such. Mr. Speaker, I support the bill.
I thank the member for that contribution, and I call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On International Women's Day, I rise to say just a few words in support of all the amendments of the bill as a whole, although I still think some minor work may be required at further consideration stage. My support for the objectives of the bill is already on the record, and the focus of my remarks is exclusively on the amendments. In general, the bill, as set out by the proposer, was designed to match policies elsewhere in the UK, and as amended, I think we are closer to that objective. My main issue concerned how locations were being defined, as well as why such focus was being given to specific departments when the bill focuses otherwise on public service bodies. Specifically, I had queried at stage 2 whether the department responsible in clause 1 should be health, and it is on this basis that I support Amendment 1. This clarifies to some extent the overarching nature of the bill and puts the focus therefore on the Executive Office. To some extent, Amendments 7 and 13 do likewise. Amendments 2 to 6 are largely technical, clarifying public service, and I have no issue in supporting them. However, in Clause 2, Paragraph 2, I am still not sure we have this quite right. No public service body, even as defined under the amended clause 8, has a school amongst its premises. I wonder, therefore, if this still needs to be tidied up either in clause 2 or in clause 8. I also support and welcome the clarity provided by Amendments 8 to 10 brought by the committee. I think the Chair has already outlined why these are important. And in closing, Mr Speaker, despite the note of caution I raised above concerning definitions in clause 2, I think we have moved considerably closer now to a great workable bill which will meet the proposer's objectives. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. And I now call the Minister for Communities, Deirdre Hargey.
Yeah, thanks very much. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all of the members here today for their contributions. And I want to acknowledge how appropriate it is today on International Women's Day, as what's been said before, that we're working collectively to tackle the issue that impacts on so many women in so many offices. I want to thank Pat for also pursuing this important issue, and I want to assure him and indeed all members of this chamber of my support to the overall objectives of this bill. It is obvious, listening to the previous speakers, that this is an issue that unites all parties. And we gave a collective commitment in New Decade, New Approach and the re-establishment of these institutions to improve the well-being for all. And I want to see issues around period dignity as a central part of this. That's why I took the decision to lead on this bill to ensure that when it passes, it's technically sound and provides us with a workable basis to move forward with implementing free provision on period products for those who need it. It's important that we reach agreement on who will lead this in terms of implementation of the legislation. And I hope that some of you may have heard in this chamber last Friday the powerful testimonies and lived experiences of women who took part in the Women's Parliament event hosted by the Speaker. And indeed, they discussed the barriers that many of them face in terms of participating fully in society, whether that's in education, work, leisure activities, and of course the key issue of healthcare. And it is unacceptable that a normal bodily function should continue to stand in the way of things that many of us take for granted. And I think it is important, that we are discussing these issues in this chamber, as was said. I take periods, I bleed. As part of that, I get tired. I can often get grumpy and frustrated at times, depending on what part of the month that it is. But I've never had to face a situation where I didn't have access to period products. And just when you listen to the testimonies, when you listen to those activists out on the ground, and those who do have that barrier, for something that we can do with this bill is to remove that barrier and to give them that dignity that they can actually access those products. It's not to say the pain and tiredness will go away, but it definitely makes it easier. And I think it shows that this House, again, is listening to the well-being of those out in the community that are impacted by periods on a daily basis. So I think this is definitely an important piece of legislation, and we have to make sure that those who need access to period products have them. We know that the Department of Education, through their Period Dignity Pilot Scheme in schools and indeed other small-scale projects, it's shown that there is clearly a demand for the provision of period products. And again, I want to acknowledge the work that the Education Committee has done to date in scrutinising this bill and also identifying some of the issues that have been flagged up here today. In terms of the issues raised today, I've noted the position with regard on who's the lead and who will be the lead department in terms of Clause 1, and particularly with Robbie's proposal to amend that to the Executive Office. And indeed, this bill is a cross-cutting issue in its very nature, and we can see that from the discussions here today. And therefore, I would agree with him and believe that this naturally sits within the Executive Office in terms of oversight and progression. I will, and I know other members have noted, I am continuing to work with OLC to bring forward further technical amendments to the bill for further consideration stage, but just to tidy up the bill, as I say, to ensure that we do get this through to completion and where it does become law going forward. I've taken on board the comments of members in relation to Clause 7, Amendment 15, and I agree that we need to make this legislation one that's inclusive for everyone who's affected by it. So again, just to conclude, I want to thank Pat in terms of bringing the legislation, as I say, the Education Committee who have been working on this over the last period. My involvement just as Minister in stepping in is to ensure that we do conclude on this, and importantly that we conclude on this important piece of legislation before the end of this mandate in a couple of weeks, that we can then move to a point very quickly after that where the provision of these products are just natural, that we don't need to actually talk, and that they are part of things that happen every day. So again, I just want to give my continued commitment to this process to ensure that it is competent, that we bring further technical amendments to make the bill as best as it can be, and again to thank the proposer, the committee and all of those for progressing it to this point.
Okay, I thank the Minister, and I call the sponsor of the bill, Pat Kedney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to begin by thanking the staff at the Bills Office and the committee staff who have provided invaluable help and assistance throughout this entire process. I can say for sure that I would not have got to this stage without their help and guidance. I also thank the Business Office and the Speaker's Office, indeed yourself, Mr. Speaker, for progressing the bill to this stage, particularly when time in the Assembly has become so valuable. As an ally, I feel privileged to be standing here to speak on International Women's Day. I am an ally. I'm the brother of 4 sisters, the father of 3 daughters, and the grandfather of 3 little girls. So I just hope that whatever little change we have can help and make this world a better place. There has been a number of excellent and vital contributions to committee stage. I particularly want to thank those campaigners on committee stage. I have to thank and make way to Chris Little, MLA. He'll be sadly missed. I know that you're not coming back, but it was an absolute privilege to see you on that committee, how you guided and how you started and worked it through. Contributions at the committee stage. I particularly want to thank those campaigners that gave evidence and those young people that spoke to the committee about the impact of the bill. I must also thank the Chair, which I've already done just with Chris, for his unwavering dedication to this issue, as well as the committee members. A lot of them here are present, and I want to thank them, who have supported and scrutinised this bill to make sure it works in the best way possible. The bill will improve the lives of so many across Northern Ireland, providing period products to those who really need it, or them. That is why it is heartening to have had the support of all parties. Too often we focus on what divides us. So it has been nice and grand and great to see us all come together on this important issue. On the amendments to be considered, I understand why Robbie Butler has put forward Amendment 1. I do not deny the cross-cutting nature of this bill. You only need to look at the fact that the Committee for Education scrutinised the bill and how the Minister for Communities is leading the response to it. If this was a bill just about period poverty, I would be more inclined to say that it leans more to a poverty issue than a health issue. However, the bill goes beyond period poverty. It is about menstruation as a whole and about making products available to all who need them. As Homeless Period Belfast, and young Katrina especially, who I met just on Saturday on the International Women's Day in Belfast, it is about making products available just like toilet paper, and that for me is a health issue. Even if you do not agree that this is more about health than about poverty, you must agree that not dealing with providing products to those who can access them certainly leads to outcomes that are a health issue. I also do not deny that this issue is linked to poverty. In the same way that cancer is linked to poverty, obesity is linked to poverty and heart disease, smoking and mental health. Are these no longer health issues? I also cannot accept that a scheme to provide free period products would be overbearing to a department who provides free condoms to those who need them, particularly as I have no way or tried the department's hand or tied the department's hand as how they should provide the products. I have simply said that they should provide them. I note on the South Eastern Trust website, linking to the condom card scheme, it states that any factors can adversely impact on people's sexual health, including poverty, unemployment, poor education, alcohol and substance misuse, and social exclusion. The exact same could be said about menstrual health. Yet the Department do not want to get involved. I understand that the Department of Health have concerns about the financial impact of the bill. In their evidence to the committee, the Department of Health predicted that the cost is anywhere between 4p and 49p per product. I would argue with them that this seems an unacceptable wide range to base any financial considerations on. However, they go on to say that this range is not linked to the type of product, but based entirely on the procurement procedure and the saving costs in buying large amounts of product. Considering that the Aberdeen pilot, and here I have to thank and pause and thank the Scottish Monica Lennon, who brought forward that bill, and a lot of that inspiration and a lot of the work was carried out by Monica, so I have to thank her for it. But as I said, the Aberdeen pilot that my costs are based on managed to average 9p per product for just over 1,000 participants. I could be extremely disappointed in our procurement process if we managed to average significantly higher than this for 100 times the amount of users. Significantly regarding placing the universal duty with the Executive Office, I have had numerous discussions with the Chair of the Education Committee about cross-cutting schemes that fall between the cracks of departmental responsibility. I know that Deirdre will do her best, and I thank the Minister for that, and I know that we will push in order to try and get it there. I have no fears that this bill, if amended one is passed, I would urge the Executive Office and the Minister to take ownership and responsibility for the delivery of the schemes and outcomes of the bill for the reasons outlined. I will caution support Amendment 1 and look forward to engaging with the Ministers and the Executive Office to see the benefits of this bill. I want to thank the Committee for Education for bringing forward their amendments. I think they highlight two very important areas of concern for people in this day and age. There is no doubt that this Assembly should grasp every opportunity to protect the privacy and confidentiality of our citizens. My bill should be no different, and I think it will complement well on protection of dignity already within the bill. The same can be said for the need for the explicit reference to the use of reusable products. We must be conscious of the need to reduce waste and our use of natural resources. Though this allowed for under the definition in Clause 7(1), think it is right to restate this throughout. Regarding my own amendments, Amendment 2 removes health and social care boards from the requirement in Clause 2. This was the request of the Department of Health, as they are not public-facing and are due to finish. Amendment 3, 6, are technical amendments to regulate the use of the phrase public service bodies, Mr Speaker, though the Bill Amendment 7 is a requirement for departments to review the list of public bodies that fall under the requirement in Clause 2(1). This will allow new public service bodies to be added if required. Amendment 11 clarifies that public service bodies must provide products to persons on their premises. The Department of Education had asked for this to be clarified so that schools would not be required to provide products for the general public, which would cause an obvious safeguarding issue. Amendment 12 is a new clause requiring the Executive to report on the operation of the duties within the bill. The report would include the number of public bodies that have been specified by each department and would also provide an opportunity for a complete review of the costs. the efficiency and the effectiveness of both the universal and the public body schemes. It is important to note that this is not about creating overbearing mechanisms. It's about front-loading openness and transparency to allow departments to run the scheme in the most effective ways. Amendment 13 is a technical change asked for by the Department of Education to allow departments to issue guidance with one or more departments. Mr. Speaker, I have listened to the comments made by various members in the second stage debate. I have also taken the time to speak to many of the campaigners and other groups with regard to the language used in the bill. I have always said that the impact this bill will have on women and girls is undeniable. I have been clear that if a form of words can be found that includes women and girls and allows products to be provided to all who need them, then I would have no issue with including it. It is the bill in the bill. I believe Amendment 15 achieves this, Mr. Speaker. Amendment 16 is a clarification on the definition of the Health and Social Care Trust, which was asked for by the Department of Health. Amendment 17, though not technically required, adds clarity to the definition of a public service body that was required by the departments. Amendment 18 aims to clarify the commencement of the different clauses within the bill. Clause 2.1 states that departments must name what public service bodies will fall under the duty in Clause 2.3 within 1 year. This is to give time for consultation for departments, guidance to be produced for the named bodies, and for the named bodies to produce their statement as to how they will comply with the duty in 2.3 before 2.3 commences under Clause 9.2 within 2 years. Mr. Speaker, I am working with members and departments about any other changes that are required to get this proposal across the line. I hope I have shown a willingness to listen to members' views in the spirit of working with all parties on this. This is an example of what happens when this place works together, as we saw last night with Pam Cameron's autism bill, and I applaud her, and I applaud the work which was done on that. I am grateful for the support I have received from right across the House. And I'm hopeful that this is the kind of tone we can set for the future and put people first. I stated the second stage debate. I started this second stage debate by saying that this debate was about the universal concept of equality, mutual respect and the right of all our citizens to live their lives with dignity. This is what is at stake here, and I hope and I can continue to count on your support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member, and I call Robbie Butler to wind.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think just every speaker that did get up and spoke incredibly well on this really important topic and this bill brought by the member from Nagan Valley. And every speaker did pay tribute to the fact the day that we're in, which is International Women's Day, which is quite remarkable for the debate that we're having. And I don't know, Pat, if you're doing a lottery this week in terms of how things are falling for you. But if you don't, I suggest that you start. But yes, absolutely.
Mr. Speaker, I will behave myself. It's not the lottery I want to do. It's next week for the Queen Mother Champion Chase, Cheltenham.
I thank the member for that. He's probably speaking quite accurately. You'll probably find next week that he was on to something. He maybe had a tip. But the member speaks with passion in just about every debate that he speaks on. And, you know, at times we've sparred at times, but in this one, there's no sparring to be had because everybody in this chamber, I think, has brought their A game to this bill with regard to the critique it got. And after I moved Amendment number 1, the first speaker was the chair of the Education Committee, the outgoing chair of the Education Committee, who's soon to be a retired member of this House. He looks extremely youthful, but to be fair to the chair of the Education Committee, he did, and Pat talked about, he did chair the meetings with regard particularly to this bill really well, because part of our job, obviously, is the scrutiny of every bill. And a bill comes, and very often a bill isn't perfect, especially when it first comes to us, and especially if you're coming at it with an absolute passion. It is fair for it to be critiqued. And clarity has been sought and clarity has been given with many of the amendments today. And some of that did come through the Education Committee. So to my colleagues on the Education Committee, I think that's really good. And, Mr Speaker, one of the best things about being involved in this bill was the fact that I'm going to say a shout out to the men today on International Women's Day, that they found it so comfortable to actually talk about periods and menstruation, because that is the nature of the debate. And the Minister actually talked about it. Whilst this bill is about period poverty, the debate is wider than that. The debate is about menstruation. And I know there's all ongoing debates about perinatal mental health, or ongoing talks about perimenopause and indeed the menopause, and all of these things affect women and girls. But this is a linchpin, and this is a cornerstone of ensuring that we have as fair a playing field and an awareness and products, in this case, for those people that need it. Turning to some of the comments, if I may, Mr Speaker, something struck me when the Chair actually spoke, and he talked about some of the youth engagement that we had, and they were absolutely fabulous, and some of those young people spoke incredibly freely, but so did the teachers. And the teachers fronted up many times in terms of the challenges that's faced in school for a lot of the young people. But the matter came up, and it was one of the young people I had heard said in one of the events, that we need to treat these period products like toilet paper. And that's absolutely right, and that's absolutely fair. But we need to also wind back a couple of years to remember the reports of school principals and parents having to supply toilet roll for schools in some instances where budgets are constrained. And I suppose one of the critiques, about this bill has been the money. And I know the bill sponsor has said that it's not a huge amount of money, and he is right. However, in single-year budgets, and when we're talking about flatline budgets and inflation going through the roof and rising fuel costs, all of these things are going to be competing. And I hope this amendment number 1 is taken, by the way, that this does go to TO, because I do believe in the cross-cutting nature. But the reality for us is to accept that there is a challenge to find the money, even if it is smaller amounts of money. But by spreading the burden of that, I hope that burden is met equally. And each department, under the leadership of the TO, actually face up and actually find that they can provide, not just provide in the first instance, but sustainably provide the product. And another matter that came up in the Education Committee, actually, with regard to the product, was to try and ensure that there was equal provision to a quality product and a sustainable product. So there was, obviously, when budgets get constrained, sometimes you might dilute the product quality. And in reality, that's not what we want to happen here. We want to ensure that the product quality is as good as it can be for those that need to get it. Absolutely.
Member for giving way briefly in his very kind words about my not so youthful appearance anymore. But would the member agree that we wouldn't dream of not providing other essential items due to limited resources, and we simply have to find the funds to make the provisions that the bill sets out?
Absolutely do, and I thank the member for his intervention. I absolutely do. The point that I was really making is in the reality where we had teachers and parents who had to provide items, and then they have to make that choice. So for those items, whether it be toilet roll, whether it be soap in the dispensers, and whether, in this case, it's period products, these are the type of things that need to be ring-fenced, and the burden doesn't need to be placed on schools, is perhaps the point I was making. And just before I move off the comments made by the Chair, I think the members of the Education Committee will agree with me that in those very powerful sessions that we had with young people, and there was a lot of passion around the provision and the accessibility of the products, and how that would be done with dignity and that type of stuff. The real value in the conversations came around the education piece and the destigmatisation and the normality of what we talk about and how we can drive real change. Because I know that, for instance, in one of the sessions, when one of the teachers were talking about access in sports and sports provision, if Justin McNulty was here, he'd be absolutely on this, that there is an unspoken about barrier with regard to these products and changing and so on. And COVID actually offered up a facility where sometimes when young people were returning to school, there was a greater uptake for things like swimming and sports and stuff, especially by young girls. And perhaps behind some of the figures that have been bandied about in the past as to why young girls aren't partaking in physical activity and sports as much as boys, maybe this is one of the main reasons why that is the case. And perhaps we're starting to learn the law of good unintended consequences as opposed to poor ones. The second speaker was Pat Sheehan from Sinn Féin, and again he reiterated the Happy International Women's Day, because when he goes home he knows he'll be asked about it again. And I think one of the most important things that Pat shared was the legacy that this will leave. We do have an election coming up in early May. None of us know whether we'll be here or not based on that election. But to put your name to a bill and to get a bill to this stage and hopefully get it through final consideration stage and final stage would be a powerful legacy, particularly for a man in this instance, and the topic it is. And I know Pat's colleague who shares an office with him, the long-suffering Cara Hunter, pointed out to the conversations, the difficult conversations they were having at the start with regard to Pat trying to assess, is this appropriate and should I do it? Absolutely, Pat. 100% Pat. And well done, Pat. 100%. You were given good advice on that. And thanks to Pat Sheehan for bringing the support to my amendment number 1. And I do know that on the Education Committee at times it was something that we did discuss, and you mentioned it yourself, to be fair, Pat. The third speaker was another Education Committee member, which was Diane Dodds. And Diane is a powerful on the Education Committee, and she brought really interesting, in the committee sessions, brought really interesting angles. And always I felt at every stage tried to work for the betterment of this bill, and to not to pick out problems, but to pick out those issues, particularly, as I've said, in and around the fiscal piece. You know, where does the money come from? How do we sustain that? And given the departments and those institutions that are going to have to provide this, the comfort to know that when this is finally put together, that TEO will have that mapped out for us, but it then is up for this Assembly to ensure that that is the case. And then Dan went on to reiterate the issues that were picked out by the young people with regard to safety, confidentiality, and did say that she would be in support of the bill. I'll not, Cara, if you don't mind, I'll not rest too much on you, but I thought your testimony with regard to Pat and those conversations was quite revealing, but believable too, and thank you for the support that you give him. Nicola Brogan, my committee colleague, again, mentioned the youth engagement, and particular Women's Period Belfast, and thank you again for the support for amendment number 1, and recognising that this is a cross-cutting, cross-departmental issue, and this is perhaps where it is best served. And Sinead McLaughlin joined us on Starleaf, paid tribute to party and the all-party support from around this chamber, which is always useful to see. Paula Bradshaw from the Health Committee had pointed out that the legislation is designed to mirror other jurisdictions, which is really a really good point, because, in fact, I think it was probably one of the more important points that we talked about in the committee. And then what we've done since then is look to make sure that we Northern Irelandise it, if that's a good point. And Paul also recognised that it is a good bill, but some areas require clarity. Some of that came today. And perhaps, Paul, there might actually be an item that needs tidied up at the next session, and I know we'll work collegiately to do that. The final speaker was the Minister, and I should say at the start, I should have said at the start, and if I didn't, forgive me, Minister, thank you for coming today and showing your passion and speaking so personally too about your own circumstances too, and what this means to you as a woman, not just a Minister. And that's really important, that people see the person in this, and the people in this chamber, and the people that are actually talking about this. You talked that there should be no barrier to participation and access to the product, and I couldn't agree more with that. I think that is one of the technical things that we'll just have to work out and ensure that that is actually what happens. And you also paid tribute to the Department of Education, their period dignity pilot, and again, some of the feedback from that has been absolutely excellent, and particularly with regard to the conversations that we need to continue after we get this bill passed in its final stage. Yes.
Thank the member for giving way briefly again. I neglected to refer to it in my remarks, but would the member agree that another recommendation that has been made in regards to the creation of an app to identify the locations of period product provision would be another useful provision for all the departments to work together to deliver?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that was something that was brought up, and in the technological age that we are, I think that the reliance, especially that young people have for these, would be really good. And that's probably technology that's not that difficult to actually create and map out. And I think it would be very useful, because I think the thing that we need to remember is that for some people it is, even especially when they don't have, sometimes people find it difficult to ask and access something, and the more that we can do to remove, if someone doesn't need to ask someone or doesn't need to go to someone, if the answer is there at the touch of a button, I would agree with the Chair that is something that we should definitely consider doing. So, Mr. Speaker, I commend all of the amendments to the House at this stage and seek their approval on all of them. Thank you.
And I thank the member. Thank all the members for their contributions. Moving on to the amendments now themselves. So, amendment proposed to Clause 1, page 2, line 12, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 1 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Question is that Clause 1 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 2 has already been debated, and I call Pat Catney to move formally Amendment 2. Amendment proposed to Clause 2, page 2, line 20. Leave out words as printed on the marshal list. Question is that Amendment 2 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 3 has already been debated, and I call Pat Catney to move formally Amendment 3. Amendment proposed to Clause 2, page 2, line 39. Insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 3 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 4 has already been debated, and I call Pat Catney to move formally Amendment 4. Amendment proposed to Clause 2, page 2, line 40. Insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 4 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Could I ask Pat, could you use your microphone whenever we're calling you to move? Amendment 5 has already been debated, and I call Pat Catney to move formally Amendment 5.
I beg to move, Mr. Speaker.
Amendment proposed to Clause 2, page 3, line 1. Leave out and insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 5 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 6 has already been debated, and I call Pat Catney to move formally Amendment 6.
I beg to move, Mr. Speaker.
Amendment proposed to Clause 2, page 3, line 4. Insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 6 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 7 has already been debated, and I call Pat Catney to move formally Amendment 7.
I beg to move, Mr. Speaker.
Amendment proposed to Clause 2, page 3, line 12. Insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 7 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Question is that Clause 2 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment number 8 has already been debated, and I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Education, Chris Little, to move formally Amendment 8.
Beg to move, Mr. Speaker.
Amendment proposed to Clause 3, page 3, line 18. Insert words as printed on the marshal list. Question is that Amendment 8 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 9 has already been debated, and I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Education, Chris Little, to move formally Amendment 9.
Beg to move, Mr. Speaker.
Amendment proposed to Clause 3, page 3, line 19. Insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 9 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 10 has already been debated, and I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Education, Chris Little, to move formally Amendment 10.
I beg to move.
Amendment proposed to Clause 3, page 3, line 21. Insert words as printed on the marshal list. Question is that Amendment 10 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Well, the ayes have it. Amendment 11 has already been debated, and I call Pat Catney to move formally Amendment 11.
I beg to move, Mr. Speaker.
Amendment proposed to Clause 3, page 3, line 27. Insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 11 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Question is that Clause 3 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 12 has already been debated, and I call Pat Catney to move formally Amendment 12.
I beg to move, Mr. Speaker.
Amendment proposed after Clause 3, insert new clause reporting as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 12 be made and a new clause added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 13 has already been debated, and I call Pat Catney to move formally Amendment 13.
I beg to move, Mr. Speaker.
Amendment proposed to Clause 4, page 4, line 4, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 13 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that Clause 4 is amended, stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 14, ready being debated, and I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Education, Chris Little, to move formally Amendment 14.
I beg to move, Mr. Speaker.
Amendment proposed to Clause 5, page 4, line 24, insert words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment 14 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that Clause 5 is amended, stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 6. The question is that Clause 6 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 15 has already been debated, and I call Pat Catney to move formally Amendment 15.
I beg to move, Mr. Speaker.
Amendment proposed to Clause 7, page 5, line 18, leave out and insert words as printed on the Marshall list. Question is that Amendment 15 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Question is that Clause 7, as amended, stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 16 has already been debated, and I call Pat Catney to move formally Amendment 16.
I beg to move, Mr. Speaker.
Amendment proposed to Clause 8, page 5, line 29, insert words as printed on the Marshall list. Question is that Amendment 16 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 17 has already been debated, and I call Pat Catney to move formally Amendment 17.
I beg to move, Mr. Speaker.
Amendment proposed to Clause 8, page 5, line 33, insert words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment 17 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that Clause 8 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 18 has already been debated, and I call Pat Catney to move formally Amendment 18.
I beg to move, Mr. Speaker.
Amendment proposed to Clause 9, page 6, line 6, leave out and insert words as printed on the Marshall list. Question is that Amendment 18 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Question is that Clause 9 is amended, stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 10. The question is that Clause 10 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that the long title be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. That concludes the consideration stage of the Period Products Free Provision Bill, and the bill stands referred to the Speaker. Thanks all the members, everybody, for their contributions. Thank you. And members, item 7 on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned.
This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly